Well, good morning, councillors and council staff, and those members of the public and media who are joining us via live stream. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of council, the June meeting. And on behalf of council, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, the Kabi peoples of the coastal plains and northern hinterland, and the Jinnaburra people of the southern hinterland, whose traditional lands we gather on today. I'd like on behalf of Council to pay our respects to their elders past and present and to all First Nations people. Councillors, I'd also stand and ask you to stand for the opening prayer. And the opening prayer is provided today by Pastor Lawrence of the Nambour Christian Church, and he has prepared the following prayer. Let us pray. Lord God, we do acknowledge today that you are the Lord of Lords and the maker of the universe. You're the God of our nation. You're the God of our state. You're the God of our region. As I reflect on other cities and regions around the world, Lord, I can gladly say we're so grateful for this place we call home, the Sunshine Coast. We're grateful for every person that contributes and serves in our region, our hospital staff, our first responders, our business communities, our schools, our churches, our charity organisations, the sports communities and more. Lord, we're grateful for the leadership in our council. I pray for your wisdom and insight as they meet this morning. I pray for unity, peace and your presence over the meeting this morning, and we ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Lawrence. Please be seated. Councillors, I have two apologies, that being Chris Sturgis, who's the acting GE for Livability and Natural Assets, and I've got Michael Costello, but he's here, so... Okay. All right, that's okay. Minor adjustment there in the minutes, please. Can I have somebody move the receipt of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 28th of May 2020 and the special meeting, re the Finance and Budget, held on the 11th of June 2020 be received and confirmed? Councillor O'Prey? Thank you. Someone to second? Councillor Johnston, thank you. Please. Have we got that information handy for the CEO, please? Can we take that on the fly, Councillor, and get...
Through you, Mr Mayor, correct in relation to your assessment. There was a vote which was unanimously carried.
I'd like to make sure that you're absolutely certain what you've got to stick in your hand in the air for. That's all I've got to say on that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. Anybody else wish to speak to the minutes? Okay, all those in favour of their receipt? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I would also like to draw to your attention that on the 21st of May 2018, amendments to the Local Government Act 2009 came into force. These amendments include the new Division 5A, which provides new legislative arrangements for dealing with councillors' personal interests in local government matters. These arrangements will apply to how we manage such matters at this meeting today. So, councillors, should you have a material personal interest, conflict of interest, perceived conflict of interest, please raise that prior to the item we're dealing with. Councillors, I'd like to stand now to recognise a great Sunshine Coast citizen who has passed away recently, and that is to acknowledge the passing of Sir Clem Renouf on the 11th of June 2020. Sir Clem was born in Ingham in North Queensland in 1921 and eventually moved and settled in Nambour. An accountant by profession, Sir Clem served as a founding member and Charter Secretary of the Rotary Club of Nambour, which he joined in 1950. Sir Clem became the District Governor in 1965-66 and went on to serve as President of Rotary International from 1978 to 79. It was from within Rotary, and as a former Rotarian and indeed an honorary Rotary member, I'm proud to say that he instigated the 3H program that led to the polio eradication effort. He was widely known as the person who started the goal of polio eradication. That has saved hundreds of thousands of people around the world. Along the way, he was a significant contributor to our community, including in 2008 establishing the Renouf Family Scholarships at the University of Sunshine Coast in memory of his parents for their sacrifice in giving him the best educational opportunities possible under challenging circumstances. It is people like Sir Clem who are the unsung heroes in our community. They generally keep under the radar and their contributions can often be overlooked. Sir Clem is survived by a large family and at this time, on behalf of Council, I extend our deepest condolences to them for his loss, but certainly remember his wonderful contribution not only to our region but to the world. Mr Acting CEO, can I ask the Council acknowledgement of Sir Clem Renouf and condolences to his family be recorded in the minutes of today's meeting, please?
Mr Mayor, could I just say a couple of words?
Of course.
I too had, years ago, a lot to do with Sir Clem. He was a great man. He achieved a great deal, and something that wasn't mentioned there, he was also the chairman of the committee for the development of the plan for the Sunshine Coast University site, which was, I served on that with him, and was most impressed with the man himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillors, there is no mayoral minute, so we'll move on to a procedural motion regarding the suspension of standing orders to allow live streaming of the meeting. Can I have someone move that, please? Councillor Johnston, seconded Councillor Babrowski. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And that, just for the benefit of the public, is in the interests of safety and the health of our community. The Local Government Regulation 2012 has recently been amended in relation to public attendance at council meetings. This is to enable councils to comply with the national public health directions related to COVID-19. We have a presentation from Councillor Cox around Queensland Reconciliation Award for Kids in Action. Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It gives me great delight to be able to announce that the Queensland Government recently had the 2020 Queensland Reconciliation Awards, and the Sunshine Coast Council, along with the Gubby Gubby Dance and Jinnaburra People's Aboriginal Corporation, for our Kids in Action program. So this is the category for the partnerships, and I just wanted to certainly acknowledge the efforts of our team, our Sunshine Coast team. We had Adam Connell, Michael Gillies and Dr Lisa Ryan I believe they're present here today to receive this award. I just wanted to also just briefly outline some of the outstanding efforts in relation to the Kids in Action program. This was actually initiated back in 2011 as a way of engaging and inspiring Sunshine Coast youth to become future custodians of our natural environment. It is actually funded by Council's Environmental Levy program and partners with many local community groups and schools. Kids in Action has always included Indigenous perspectives into the program. However, last year, during the International Year of Indigenous Languages, the Kids in Action program partnered with the Gubbi Gubbi Dance and the Jinibara People's Aboriginal Corporation to deeply embed knowledge, language and culture across the program through the theme of connecting to country, celebrating nature's icons. With the generous help of the First Nations mentors, students learned about the delicate ecological relationships, Indigenous language, cultural practices and knowledge-sharing protocols. So in total, last year, there were 257 students from 24 schools, 145 teachers and adults, 19 First Nations mentors, 7 youth leaders, 23 volunteers who participated in that program. Kids in Action is a true team effort across Council with the support of many different teams and branches, from our Environmental Operations branch through to Council's First Nations Reconciliation Action Team, Cultural Heritage Team, Health and Safety Advisors and the Communications and Graphic Design teams, who have all contributed their knowledge and expertise to the delivery of this fantastic program. The Queensland Reconciliation Award recognises the initiatives that foster reconciliation and pave the way for a better future for our state. This award symbolises the building of the deeper connection between the Jinibara and Gubbi Gubbi First Nations people and our region's children's, and we look forward to seeing these relationships develop further into the future. So it's with great honour and privilege that I get to present this to the recipients here today.
Thank you.
Are they coming or?
You know, they're here with you.
Dr. Lisa?
You able to get a picture, Bindi? Just get a photograph, eh? So a bit of social distancing and... Councillors, I might just take a moment also to advise you of the lovely art piece we have here today, which is by Peter Hudson, an oil on linen, Sunshine Coast Art Collection winner of the Sunshine Coast Art Prize in 2009, acquired through the support of the Friends of the Regional Gallery in Caloundra. The painting is about breaching the divide between the natural and human worlds and the notion that modern humans are losing their consciousness and connection to homeland. Peter says the painting law, L-A-W, is a reminder of scale, power, beauty, deep mystery and living in hope that all will be okay. This work was the first time a local artist had won the Sunshine Coast Art Prize. So thank you to Peter, and it's wonderful to have that on display at today's meeting. Okay, we move to item 8.1, which is the councillor appointments to committees and boards. And Bill Hadrill has the presentation on that. Thank you, Bill.
Mr Mayor, councillors, purpose of this presentation is to present for your consideration the nomination of councillors to a range of committees and boards. I'm just waiting for the presentation. Following the 2020 local government elections, the opportunity has been taken to refine the council portfolio system to achieve greater alignment with the strategic priorities of council and the core responsibilities that is required to discharge. At the April 2020 ordinary meeting of council, the proposed strategic alignment portfolio structure was endorsed by council, where councillors were designated to 5 portfolios aligned with the 5 goals of the corporate plan, with the 6th portfolio to recognise the Mayor's responsibilities for region-shaping projects, regional advocacy and intergovernmental relations. As a consequence, there is a need to consider the councillor representation on a range of boards and committees. In many of these cases, the appointment of councillors to a board, group or committee is given effect by either a resolution of council or an instrument such as a charter that has been approved previously by council and which may require amendment and appropriately reflect new portfolio responsibilities of councillors. In total, 8 committees, boards and groups have been identified as requiring council resolution to support the nomination of a councillor, being the Councillor Mayor's South East Queensland Economic Development Committee and Waste Working Group, the Sunshine Coast Events Board, the Sunshine Coast Arts Advisory Board, the Sunshine Coast Arts Foundation, the Sunshine Coast Events Centre, the Sun Central Maroochydore Shareholder Representative Group, and the Sunshine Coast Airport Expansion Project Control Group. The proposed councillor nominations to these committees, boards and groups has been directly informed by the councillor portfolio designations endorsed by council in April and, where considered necessary, complemented by divisional councillor nominations. In respect to the Councillor Mayor's South East Queensland Standing Committees, alternate members have also been nominated in accordance with their relevant charters. If the proposed nominations to these boards and committees is agreed, there will be a need for the Chief Executive Officer to make minor amendments to the following charters to reflect the nominated councillor membership, that being the Sunshine Coast Events Board, Sun Central Maroochydore Shareholders Representative Group and the Sunshine Coast Airport Expansion Project. Mr Mayor, councillors, it is recommended that council approve the proposed nominations for councillor appointments to committees and boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Someone happy to move? Councillor Suarez, thank you. Have a second, please. Councillor Johnston, thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Suarez? No need. Anyone wish to speak to the item?
Yes.
Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I'd just like to take the opportunity, one, to thank this council for continuing to nominate me on 2 outstanding boards, which is the Arts Board and the Arts Foundation, and just acknowledge the tremendous contribution those people make in terms of the Arts Board, the 20-year arts plan, and in terms of the Arts Foundation for an absolutely professional and sterling effort given a very difficult environment to kick off in. So I'd just like to acknowledge that. I'd also like to acknowledge, without naming names, because I think that might be appropriate another time, that 1 or 2 members of the Arts Board, I believe, will be standing down. And I'd just like to publicly acknowledge that contribution and thank them quite sincerely for the contributions they've made. These are very important contributions, as are all the boards, but I just wanted to publicly acknowledge the Arts Foundation and the Arts Board particularly. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you again for the opportunity. As people might not know, we don't just have ordinary meetings of council or special meetings. There's also other boards and committees that a lot of the councillors are busy with, and not just councillors but the Mayor. Obviously, with ComSec and LGAQ meetings, there are a lot of things that happen behind the scenes to get to where we need to go. Today I'm being put up for the Waste Working Group. I'm also sharing that with Councillor Winston Johnson, which I'm actually quite excited about with the new service delivery portfolio. And I say that because this will give us the ability to work with 11 other councils in South East Queensland, representing over 3.5 million people in the South East Queensland district. I note that ComSec have had meetings previously in regards to their waste working group and moving to the future. Obviously, what interests me is the ability of councils within our geographical area to start looking at a a unified waste solution. You know, maybe that's waste to energy. Also quite interested in recycling and changes that we've had in the market. And also trying to crack down on tougher legislation. So if you think about it, every time you go to the store, I don't know if you notice it, but I do, the amount of plastic and packaging that we get. I mean, it's just absolute craziness. We've got situations where, you know, you're not given a free bag at a shopping centre anymore, which is, you know, part of it. But at the end of the day, we've just got so much packaging and recycling issues that you experience every time you go to the store. You buy a new TV, you've got massive packaging. You go and get your fruit and veg, so much packaging. So I'd like the council to work with other councils in South East Queensland to start looking at that. Can we advocate to the state government, the federal government, around those packaging items that start right from the manufacturer? Very, very interested in that. And also trying to work on what we can do collectively around people illegally dumping. I've said it time and time again, waste charges really aren't that high. When you take into consideration people are spending, you know, $500 for a mattress, $1,000 on a fridge, and yet they think it's okay once you've spent that money to head out into the bushland and just dump it. It's absolutely laziness. That's what it is. I'm really, really sorry to say, but it's just a small cost to actually take it to the tip and do the right thing and not just bury it out in our local park areas, in our bushland reserves. So I think there's a lot we need to do in terms of education, but I'm pretty excited to hear what other councils are doing and how we can work with them and obviously put more of a focus on the environment. I think that's really what it gets down to. And if I can be part of those changes, hopefully this group will bring about that change.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor O'Prey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. Mr Mayor, I note that I'm lucky enough to get 4 jobs on this item here today, and Councillor Terry, you're in with me, mate. There's plenty on offer here for the economy, Mr Mayor, and I'd just like to make note firstly of the position of myself and Councillor Landsberg into the Standing Committee of the Council of South East Queensland Mayors as part of the Economic Development Committee, which for me personally is a pretty big deal, pretty big job, and something that I'm really welcoming and opening up to. We've also been the Sun Central Maroochydore Project Control Group, or Shareholder Representative Group, sorry. Of course, I've been a very big part of that. It's my neck of the woods. It's just outside my division, of course, but certainly been a big part of the area that I grew up in the main part of Maroochydore, and again, I'm very happy to be part of that. And the Airport Expansion Project Control Group as well. So, of course, the airport, which is bang smack in the middle of Division 8. So, Mr Mayor, I've certainly got a lot on there, but probably my most important and my favourite, if I can say that, is the Sunshine Coast Events Board. I'd just like to pay tribute to the members, past and present, of the Sunshine Coast Events Board, which was developed very early, in I think about 2013, through David Hopper and myself, a bit of a brainchild. We put it together. And I'd like to say that it's probably one of the best boards this council's ever put together, and ably managed and chaired by Ralph Devlin for many, many years, and now has Mayor Gurry at the helm. And I'd just like to welcome Councillor Terry to that events board. Like I said, it's been a baby of mine for a long time, and we're going to go onward and upward, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. No further speakers. Sorry, Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's probably good timing to do it now we've got the budget down, especially in the last 2 months with all those meetings we've had, budget and the workshops. I notice every councillor here, I think, nearly got more responsibilities here, and it is good that we do it now rather than scare everyone at the beginning because our workloads are very large. So a bit of pressure's come off with the budget being brought down today, but now the rubber will hit the road. And I see I've got the Maroochydore City Centre and the airport developments. They're both going to be very busy ones, as well as finance. But I think we're on the right path now, and we've shaken out pretty evenly as a group of councillors into our portfolios, and this will now build on that as we go forward into next year and then building for the budget next year. But congratulations with all the extra work we're going to be doing as councillors. But like Christian said before, the community doesn't realise, they only see the few meetings we attend here that are streamed out. But there's all those other committee meetings and workshops, and they're the councillors attend all the time. People do not really appreciate the amount of hours and the amount of time that goes into it. And because councillors then have these here that are external to council, that they also represent on and bring back to council as well. So it's just for the community to understand there's more to it than just the occasional ordinary meeting. And I'd like that point to be made today.
Thank you, Hungerford. Okay, would you like to close?
Question,
Sorry.
Mr Mayor, if I could. Line item G, if we can just pull that up. Endorse the appointment of councillor to be considered as Director of Sunshine Coast Events Centre Proprietary Limited, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to finalise the nomination in consultation with the Mayor. That's Tim's former position, I believe. Is that right, Mr CEO?
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Tim Dwyers?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Councillor for Division 2 was previously on that board.
Yeah, so, Mr Mayor, I just guess I'm looking there for any critical time dates or anything. Is there anything that's required for us to hurry that along?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor, the appointments of directors to Sunshine Coast Events Centre are held at the AGM, November each year. So we consider that we've got sufficient time to consider that nomination in some further detail prior to the November AGM of the Event Centre.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Would you like to close, Councillor Suarez? Rightio, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, in my haste, I regretted to get a show of hands on the receipt of the presentation from Councillor Cox. Councillor Cox, I'm assuming you're happy to move it. Terry, you'll second it. All those in favour of receipt? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. That just keeps everything in order. Thank you, Bill. Item 8.2 is the Infill Development Incentive Policy Review. I'd welcome Tom Jamieson to give us a presentation. Thank you, Tom.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors, colleagues. At the Council OM of the 30th of January 2020, following a presentation of a notice of motion, we were asked to prepare a report which considered extending the boundaries and duration of the current infill development incentive policy. A little bit of history first to give some context. This policy was prompted by Unity Water, who were seeking to maximise connections to their existing network, and a working group was established to look at the options. This included a councillor workshop, and the policy was created as a result. It did also consider the available capacity of trunk infrastructure networks, and as a result of that, the policy was adopted by Council in 2017 for a period of 2 years. The policy was due to run to the 30th of June 2019, but did have an option to extend for 3 years. The key aspects of the policy are is that it applies to the major activity centres in Nambour and Caloundra. It was focusing on investment and job creation, had a cap of $10 million over a 3-year period, and offered a 50% reduction of infrastructure charges. There were 5 key criteria to be met, and those were that it had to be within the Nambour and Caloundra centres. It was generating equal or double the existing GFA, and development in a new building. It also must be lodged between July 2017 and June 2019. And finally, the works had to be commenced by the 30th of December 2019. The initial policy was extended in May 2019 to June 2022. In that period, we have had a limited uptake, with only $125,000 being recognised. $331,000 has been approved and only 4 confirmed. As I said at the OM in January 2020, via a notice of motion, it was resolved to be brought back to this meeting, and it was triggered, that notice of motion, it was triggered by a desire to include 2 developments in Nambour, both were which falling outside the designated major activity centre. The map here shows the incentives area, which is shown by the black line, and the 2 crosses show the 2 developments that were proposed. The first development is an extension to the Sundale development. They provide a full range of retirement living, from independent living through to full nursing home care. The development already benefits from infrastructure charges relief, $1.5 million reduction in charges. The second development on Maud Street is a residential development and does not offer the long-term employment prospects. There were no triggers raised in the notice of motion around expanding the benefit area for Caloundra. And finally, the officer recommendation is to receive and note the report titled Infill Development Incentives Policy Review and endorse the continued application of the policy in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Someone move, Councillor Dixon. Thank you. Second, Councillor Johnston. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and also thank you for the presentation, Mr. Jamieson. That was very, very good and very in-depth. Obviously, this has been around for some time. I thought this was a great opportunity again for a new council to re-endorse the fact that we do care about Nambour. We very much are heavily invested in Nambour, and not only Nambour but Caloundra as well. And we've heard that we've got up to $10 million in terms of fees and charges. I'd call them infrastructure charges that we're happy to waive. So it'd be foregone revenue in terms of that infrastructure charge. This is for new buildings, so we're asking you, if you're prepared to do this, come into Nambour or to Caloundra. Residential buildings, that's our big focus. We want to get people, we want to get the volume of people in those townships and offer up to 50% reduction. To the best of my knowledge, Unity Water has a lot of capacity in terms of water and sewage to bring more people into that local area, or into both areas. It's a shame that we haven't seen a lot of uptake in the years gone by, Mr Mayor. We haven't seen a heavy requirement of this. I think about $125,000 we've spent to date. So there's a lot of capacity. What I would hope us to do is to actually do some more media. I'm not sure who we're talking to or who we're not talking to, but we need to get out there to the market and let them know, if you are looking to do development in Nambour or Caloundra, we do have some significant funds that are available to help get you started. I know Nambour is a great place with a lot of opportunity. Not only do we have our offices in Nambour, but I'm in Nambour a lot, just with visits to places and shops here and there, and I quite enjoy it, and I think Nambour's come a long way. But what strikes me is the need for that capacity. I think we need more people to be invested. I'm talking about human beings living in Nambour, living right in the CBD in the township, to really activate it, to give new businesses an opportunity to have that clientele and customer base there in their local township. You know, people forget that Nambour is the gateway to the hinterland. You know, it's the hub of the hinterland. It has beautiful features that go along with the countryside. You're going out of Nambour into the beautiful hinterland. It's also got a major public hospital that's there. We've got rail as well. I see Nambour with a lot of opportunities, and if there's anything I can do to help Councillor Law in this term of council drive what I would say reinvigorating Nambour, I'm happy to do that. And I think this is, there's no silver bullet for the scenario and the situation, but this certainly goes a long way, because it's just Nambour and Caloundra that are getting that extra level of attention that other suburbs are not getting. So I see this as a good message for Nambour, and I'm very much happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Can I just get meeting management to record the seconder as Councillor Johnston, please? Not myself. Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Johnston now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Jamieson. Mr Jamieson for this report, and also to Councillor Dixon for his comments, which are spot on. I'm just wondering, there's a question I had, which is brought about by the fact that there's been such, in my opinion, fairly poor uptake of this initiative. There are other towns which perhaps this initiative could be extended to, and I'm just wondering whether it is possible. For instance, Palmwoods is a town which the business centre needs more incentive to be revitalised. And then there are another two centres, Beerburrum and Mullaney, which, although fairly prosperous, are our rural, regional centres, business centres for those areas. And it's just a question to you, Mr Jamieson, instead of Councillor Jamieson, is it possible that Council could consider expanding it to other areas?
Through you, Mr Mayor, very, very happy to take that suggestion on, and we'll work with James Rapre's area and look at some proposals and options and come back and report to you.
Thank you.
Go to Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I support this extension of this incentive policy. Obviously, when it was adopted in 2017, obviously pushed by Unity Water to try and make the most of obviously their network of water supply and sewerage. But it is about trying to, as I've had this conversation with Councillor David Law, we need to try and breathe some more life back into our CBD areas of both Nambour and Caloundra. Obviously, it is a policy for the 50% reduction in infrastructure for new buildings, so not the repurposing of an old building. And also we do have to be mindful of those existing buildings in those areas, and I'm sure as each development comes through that will be on the mind of Council as well. Within the last 12 months we have had approximately 12 development application inquiries for Caloundra and 4 for Nambour, so it's a positive outlook for this policy, and also I'm sure that it will help the kick-on for the activation project for Caloundra as we see the finalisation of City Hall in Maroochydore, and hopefully that will kick on that effect for Nambour as well as Caloundra to obviously accommodate and try and bring those developers into those CBD areas, because approximately over 60% of our infill population will be by higher residential accommodation in our CBD areas, and their projections that have been put to us by state government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Suarez.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Tom, for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions for you. Some of the criteria to apply for this infill development, we've got 5 criteria here, and I'd just like to talk about criteria number 3, which is development is for a new building, not the repurposing of an existing building. What was the rationale behind that, and do you think that that may be one of the obstacles as to the lack of uptake for this incentive? And if it's not, do you understand or do we know what some of the obstacles are with the lack of uptake?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think if I could tackle the last question first. I think it's a really good question in terms of some of the reasoning behind why the uptake is what it is, and we've looked at that, and this is just a policy, one incentive policy amongst a suite of other policies, so it's not a standalone. It's probably a broader question that we'll put into the 2 areas of Caloundra and Nambour and try and understand more reasoning as to why the uptake isn't as we would all like. The rationale behind it was to really look at generating a new building space and to offer that incentive from a new building, but also to double the GFA of an existing space. So it was specifically trying to target that new building rather than a refurbishment of old existing space.
Councillor Suarez.
I support the initiative, and I understand that rationale and I appreciate that. We do have some heritage buildings within Nambour that couldn't they possibly increase their GFA without having to have a complete knockdown?
Through you, Mr Mayor, sorry, I should have also added into the response to my first question that it is also about looking at the maximising the Unity water assets. So in terms of the existing space and the existing buildings, they're obviously using Unity water infrastructure already, so this is about extending their infrastructure or maximising the use of the infrastructure. We're very happy to go away and look at the possibility of looking at perhaps amending some of those criteria in the same way that we'd look at other areas and other locations for the policy.
Carry on.
Thank you for that explanation. I recently came across a paper, it was forwarded through to me by Dr Osborne and Professor Baldwin, about ageing in neighbourhood and what seniors want instead of retirement villages and how to achieve it. And this infill development policy meets exactly that criteria. What they found from their research was that seniors were looking for adaptable housing and neighbourhoods that would help them move through their life stages. It showed that they had a desire to age within their neighbourhood and to have a mix of ages and building forms. The incentives for sustainable and accessible housing that was close to transport and other services, so seniors could remain in their neighbourhood and reducing the stress of moving to unfamiliar surroundings. What they found from their research as well was that these seniors wanted to live within 400 to 800 metres of key services, facilities and transport. So Nambour and Caloundra are well placed for this incentive scheme. They'd be close to medical services, pharmacies, libraries, hairdressers, supermarkets and cafes. This is also a demographic that are not seeking employment but are remaining part of the community and will require services and facilities, hence encouraging business to these areas and also further employment. So I support extending this policy and continue to encourage to work towards overcoming obstacles to attract investment for infill development in those locations.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I find it interesting the fact that this policy hasn't really been uptaken by the industry, and I think a lot of us have asked that question, why is that the case? And I think when you analyse this, you can throw money at something. It doesn't always fix the problem. The problem solving and the problem of dealing with places like Nambour, which can be transformed into an amazing community, and I've got great faith that we can do that. I'm a great believer that Nambour can be one of our shining lights and will be that. But what we have to do is build multiple layers into this policy, because the policy alone is not enough. We need to lead people, because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. And it's almost like trying to navigate through a process that is not clear at the moment. The vision's not clear, the direction, the structure in terms of how to build in that environment is not clear. And the multiple landholders there probably don't communicate and discuss the opportunities that might exist in Nambour. And then to find the big players, the people that are prepared to invest, the builders, the developers that can see that and understand that, come in and basically roll out. And that's when you'll see the uptake of this policy. So I think we need to be a lot more structured, because just throwing money towards a problem will never always come up with the best result.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Tom, and your department for this policy. I'm really heartened by the positive support, firstly from Councillor Dixon and then everyone else who has spoken positively about finding ways to help Nambour and Caloundra to have every opportunity available to help the towns be populated, be vibrant and be wonderful parts of the whole Sunshine Coast. The most important thing I think from today is that I encourage and urge everyone to support the extension of the policy through to 30th of June 2022, so that we are able to have this as part of our overall approach to encouraging investment, to encourage people to want to come and build in Nambour and Caloundra. I think that is one of many things that will help overcome the position that we're at. But I feel something that is extremely encouraging is the very overwhelmingly positive support for the policy to continue, and a recognition that this will be one part of many to help Caloundra, to help Nambour. I would like to explore ways with you going into the coming months of how to increase the uptake, to encourage people to be able to take advantage of the policy, and also connecting them to all the other policies that really might help get things over the line. And just as a final word, if I may, I've spoken to one business and development partner who are waiting for the policy to be extended so that they can pursue their development assessment through the appropriate channels. So I know that there will be one project that will come immediately through the system if we can go ahead and extend the project today. And just to briefly quote that gentleman, when we had our conversation, he said, if this policy doesn't continue, then my project cannot continue. So on the basis of that one, it's worth giving it a shot, because that will potentially, that increases dramatically the uptake of this policy in Nambour immediately above zero, and maybe will encourage other things to follow on. It's about getting things to build one upon one upon one until we can get to a tipping point, and then things will really start to flow. So I support the motion to continue the incentive through to June 30th, 2022, and I would encourage everyone to offer that support. And thank you very much for the wonderful words today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor, you got a question, Councillor Landsberg?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor.
Please stand, Councillor.
Oh, sorry.
You're right.
Sorry. Just quickly to Tom, I note obviously a comment was made about throwing money at it, but I believe this is provided through reduced revenue, not actually outlaying funds with a direct effect on the budget.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Dixon to close. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Great to see the level of support right around the room. Obviously, I can say from my own experience that I think Caloundra is doing very, very well. It's progressing quite well in the past, just in terms of investment and council planning. Nambour, for me, is really a focus area that I'd like to spend some more of my time, and particularly council's time. As we know, council will be transitioning to some degree out of Nambour into the future, and obviously the hospital in Nambour moving to Kawana in some regard as well. It's been a bit of a downturn for the town, and I've noticed the shop windows when I walk down the street. I've been coming to Nambour for at least 14 years in a work capacity, and then before then, when I was at Nambour Christian College, I'd come into Nambour a fair bit after school. And I've just noticed that it has trended downwards a bit, and you do see the shop windows vacant. And I think Nambour's a great place with a lot of opportunity, and I think they've got a great local councillor who's very, very passionate about helping them out. But I just want to take the points on from Councillor Winston that we can look at other localities. Happy to do that, and I think we should get a response back to you on that, and also look at the criteria as well. Whilst it is good news that the $10 million option is there, not much of that's been taken up. So maybe there's a different way that we need to look at this and reevaluate actually how we're communicating it and what some of those criteria are. So certainly open to that. I'd love to see this money in a way be spent. I know it's reduction in infrastructure charges, but it's a good kick to the industry to get people into our townships. And again, good to see that everybody's really on board to see that happen and continue.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Tom. Go to item 8.3, Regional Transport Corridor Planning. Invite Adam Hatfield to give us a presentation along with George Pegararo and Kim Martins.
Good morning, councillors. So this report seeks council's endorsement on purchasing land by negotiation for 2 corridor upgrades, one in Glasshouse Mountains and the other in Nambour. Further reports will be presented to council in the future if compulsory resumption is required. I note that attachments 1 and 2 are confidential to respect the manner and timing in which property owners are advised of the requirement for the land, and recognising that until council makes a decision, the process to acquire has no certainty. Council has a statutory responsibility to plan for the infrastructure needs of local communities and the region as it continues to grow. The Local Government Infrastructure Plan within the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme is the statutory planning instrument that Council uses to plan and deliver trunk infrastructure to service growth on the Sunshine Coast. The Local Government Infrastructure Plan has identified the network upgrades which are required and the subject of this report. The general location, likely works required, and estimated timing and estimated cost is listed and publicly available via Council's website. The specific property requirements are not listed. The Local Government Infrastructure Plan is subject to the same statutory consultation processes as the planning scheme. The LGIP was last out for public comment between the 28th of February and 16th of April 2018. The Department of Transport and Main Roads is currently undertaking the design and construction of the Beerburrum to Nambour rail upgrade. Council is partnering with the Department to deliver an adjacent transport upgrade opportunity within Council's Local Government Infrastructure Plan. For Council to deliver the transport upgrade, components of properties are required to be acquired as shown in Confidential Attachment 1. The project is estimated to be constructed within 2 to 3 years. If Council is to deliver its related project in a timely manner, negotiations for the required purchases must commence as soon as possible. If negotiations are not successful, then a further report to Council may be forthcoming. A transport upgrade is also required in Nambour to reduce traffic delays currently being experienced and to service growth in the area. In order for Council to deliver this transport upgrade, one property, comprising of 2 lots, is required to be purchased as shown in Confidential Attachment 2. This site is currently for sale. Opportunistic purchase of this site minimises the social and economic impact of its purchase for both the community and the owner of the site. The officer recommendation is shown on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Someone happy to move? Councillor Babarowski. Seconder, Councillor Law. You like to open, Councillor Babarowski?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I thank you very much for the report, which I think was adequately gave an adequate explanation, was comprehensive in the reasoning. I think we all recognise that from time to time our corridor planning will require us to consider some acquisitions of lands or part of lands. Councillors, I would like to remind you that without projects such as these, travel times will increase, traffic congestion will continue to worsen at certainly key locations, and importantly, even in these potential acquisitions, public and active transport needs have been considered along with car use in planning for improved connections. Key point. Council generally attempts to secure land required for infrastructure through negotiation with the affected property owners prior to considering the exercise of compulsory acquisition powers. This report is seeking delegation to commence negotiations with affected landowners to acquire whole or part of their land by agreement. Councillors, I ask you to support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. No further speakers. Councillor Dixon.
Just a question through the Mayor. At what stage will the community find out more specifics about the land purchases in terms of where they are and the project benefits? When do you expect that to happen?
So, through you, Mr Chair, once Council makes a decision today, that gives us the ability to go and talk to the property owners and advise them of the land requirement.
So obviously there's a program forward to do that, which I understand, but when will the divisional councillors have the opportunity to talk more specific about the network improvements and which properties are looking to be purchased? Obviously we've got to wait for that purchase to conclude if that's what happens before compulsory acquisition, but do you foresee a time frame for that to happen?
Through you, Mr Chair, as soon as we advise the property owners, then the local councillors can begin to talk freely.
Okay, no further speakers. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much for the report today, and I'm grateful that we're able to progress these things along in our open sessions. That's excellent. I would just like to speak in favour of the motion of allowing these these negotiations to proceed under delegation through our acting CEO. And in particular, talking to Nambour, we've just, in the previous motion, we've discussed the needs and requirements of Nambour, and to enable us to progress in all ways and to accommodate the increase in population that's occurring in the developments around the edge of Nambour. This will be a valuable contribution to making all of those things viable for the future that we discussed at the previous motion. And so I will be certainly in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. No further. Councillor Landsberg.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick note in regards to what's come up with an issue in Caloundra, which has come up to question. Is it possible that council can continue to keep engaged with residents, especially when a legal fraternity is brought into it? We've got an example in Caloundra where obviously a property that is up for resumption, and council have been constantly engaged with their representative for over 6 months, and obviously none of that updates weren't passed on to the resident, and these elderly residents cause them a great amount of grief. So if I can recommend council to maybe engage directly with the owners of these properties, if that's a possibility. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Landsberg. Go back to Councillor Babarowski to close.
No need to close.
Okay. All those in favour of the motion? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Item 8.4 is the community purpose land expression of interest and tender outcome. Mr Laverty to give us a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the report today is in front of you to consider the outcomes of a procurement process in relation to 3 parcels of land that were tendered for community uses. There was a considerable amount of work done internally by staff across the organisation. I think that's highlighted in the internal consultation section of the report, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge Steph and Susan, who have done a lot of work in leading the procurement and the community side of the report. Council resolved to go to expressions of interest. We went to expressions of interest rather than direct to tender, because an expression of interest process allows the community groups a broader range of options to put forward to council before we go through to a tender process. In relation to the 3 parcels of land, so in relation to Betinia, we received 4 submissions from the expression of interest process. We went through a closed tender process, and it is recommended to council that we award a lease in that case and delegate to the CEO to progress that option. In relation to the Brightwater one, or Mountain Creek, there were 2 submissions received through the expression of interest process. After evaluation of the submissions received from an open tender, the recommendation is that council does not proceed to an agreement in relation to that parcel of land. And the third one at Curramundi, again, there were 2 submissions through the expression of interest process, and the recommendation is that council delegates to the CEO to enter into a lease in relation to the submission that we received through the closed tender process. So recommendations, Mr Mayor, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Someone happy to move the motion? Thank you, Councillor Cox. Have a seconder? Councillor Dixon, thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Cox?
Certainly, Mr Mayor. As we've just heard from Mr Laverty, June last year, Council resolved to call for expressions of interest for the development of land for community lease at those 3 locations, being Betinia, Brightwater and Curramundi. 2 of those are located in Division 3. Then late last year, Council invited those shortlisted respondents to participate in the closed tender process. And these submissions, which form part of the confidential side of the report, have been evaluated in accordance with the probity plan, with the recommendations for Council to delegate to the CEO to negotiate and execute on the lease on both Betinia and Curramundi, and to release that information when it's finalised. So, councillors, I will be supporting this here today, and look forward to your support as well.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst I support the report and I really appreciate the ongoing work of staff, I'm a little bit disappointed with the outcome for Brightwater, and I say that because we've actually been out to the market before. This is not the first time, this is the second time we've actually been out and asked our not-for-profits and our community groups if they're interested in one of the most prime real estate blocks in Brightwater. And if you can think about it, it's right next to the Brightwater State School, and it's across from our local shopping precinct where we've got Aldi and our grocer and whatnot. It's a great site, and we've tried to get community groups and not-for-profit in there to actually do something with it. It really acts as an overflow car park for the state school. And as we know, all state schools, well, most of the ones I've been to, don't have enough car parks because the state government aren't interested in looking after their parents. So the parents park on the community block and they use it as overflow car parking. What I am concerned about is I've heard threats from the state government that they'd like to acquire the land in a compulsory nature to actually take it over and build buildings on it or build a car park. And that actually concerns me because it's a piece of community land that was dedicated to the community in 2011. Brightwater is quite large now. There's over 5,000 residents that call Brightwater at Mountain Creek home. And a lot of them have said, Christian, why can't we do a pool or a BMX or skate track? And it's really hard for me to say yes because up the road we've got the Kawana facilities and also Sippy Down. So it makes it quite difficult to justify a skate park or a pool or something like that. And if you remember many years ago, the Building the Education Revolution, the BER funding from the federal government to build halls and facilities at schools for the local community to use as well. And Brightwater got itself a hall, which is to be shared with the community. So to have a dedicated facility justified in council's budget is also difficult for me to pursue. Now, I did raise this idea with Liam Mayo and I think even Mr Laverty, and that's if we continue to fail with the not-for-profit sector in our community groups, what options do we have to actually go to the commercial market and potentially allow some commercial development with a private developer on the land where they dedicate the balance to a community outcome? So let's say they want to come in and build something on there. It might be some residences or a commercial shopfront. Can they dedicate some of that land and construct car parking facilities or a veggie garden or a community facility, something like that, where we actually get a win out of it? The danger we've got is this land's now sat vacant for over 9 years. It's got nothing on it, and it's one of the last blocks in Brightwater that has no facilities. So whilst disappointed, I'd really like to take the opportunity to step away from today, understand where we've been, and talk to the community about what options we've got. Now, I understand in terms of the dedication of the community land that Stockland didn't envisage that we would do any commercial development or potentially make any money out of it. But when I go back to my discussions with Stockland recently in the last few years, they're actually happy for us to look at that. They're very keen, just like we are, to get some community outcomes on the site. And if that means going back to the drawing board and negotiating with them new terms for what the outcome could be on the land, then I think Stockland are willing to have that discussion. So let's take some learnings from today. Let's realise that we're probably not going to activate it with a not-for-profit use. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and see if we can do things a bit differently, and that's going to take a decision of the full council because our policy does not allow us to have commercial development on community land. That's a discussion we need to have, and for the other areas today who are receiving some outcomes, that's fantastic. I'm very happy for you, but again, it's disappointing to see that, again, Brightwater misses out. We just don't have any opportunities at the moment. And I'll work very hard to get an outcome this term of council because the community expect better of me.
Councillor, just be careful of your lament. I understand your concern, but they're not making any more of this land, and in the future, the appropriate use will be found and the community will benefit. Time is always the challenge, I guess. Okay, any further speakers? No. Can I go back to Councillor Cox to close?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll keep this really brief. I certainly look forward to the support here today for this officer recommendation and really look forward to seeing the community development of this land, especially in the Batinia and the Curramundi site. So hopefully you'll all support this here today.
Thank you. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr Laverty. Item 8.5 is the acquisition of a lease in Mooloolaba, and I invite Kim Martins. Here she comes. Thank you, Kim. I think we agreed, we've already had the presentation, we were just going to put questions to Kim. Is that correct, Kim?
I haven't had a presentation yet.
Okay. Sorry, you haven't had. My apologies. You better do it then. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. The purpose of this report is to seek council authorisation to compulsory acquire the lease over 36 Brisbane Road, Mooloolaba, to ensure the Mooloolaba Transport Corridor upgrade is not delayed. So council is upgrading Brisbane Road and Wayland Street to 4 traffic lanes. To minimise inconvenience to the community, the transport corridor is being constructed in stages over a number of years. Stage 1A has been completed and Stage 1B, Wayland Street, is currently underway and is expected to be completed late this year. The construction of Stages 2 and 3 has been combined and current staging indicates construction will start early to mid-2021. Council has acquired all the land required for Stages 2 and 3, except for 36 Brisbane Road, Mooloolaba. 36 Brisbane Road, Mooloolaba is owned by the State of Queensland, represented by the Department of Transport and Main Roads, referred to as DTMR. DTMR leased the property and the lessee operates the Twin Pines Motel on the site. Council has been in discussions with DTMR over the last 18 months to acquire the land. Council requires approximately 390 square metres. Part of the motel and the swimming pool are located on the required land, which means the motel will not be able to operate. For this reason, Council have advised DTMR and the lessee that it will acquire the whole of the site. Council has already successfully negotiated with DTMR to not pay for the land required for the road. DTMR will not sell the land to Council until the lease has been removed from title, though. So this can be achieved 2 ways, by the lessee agreeing to surrender the lease in exchange for payment, or by Council compulsory acquiring the lease in accordance with the Acquisition of Land Act. Council officers have had preliminary discussions with the lessee, and the lessee has engaged a solicitor who has prepared their notional claim for compensation in exchange for surrendering their lease. A forensic business accountant has been engaged to assist Council in reviewing the claim. However, it is noted that compensation claims involving businesses can be very complicated and negotiations are often protracted. Such a delay may pose a risk to the delivery timeframe for the project, given that Stages 2 and 3 are scheduled to commence early to mid-2021. Therefore, to avoid any project delays, it is recommended that Council should run a parallel compulsory acquisition process, noting that the compulsory acquisition process will take a minimum of 6 to 12 months. The compulsory acquisition process can be stopped if an agreement is reached for surrender of the lease. So the officer recommendation is on the screen. Is there any questions?
Thank you. I might just get someone to move the motion first. Councillor Natali, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Would you like to open, Councillor Natali?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to commend the officers in terms of the work that they've done. I've had a briefing in regards to this particular matter, and I'm satisfied that the process and the way forward that's been recommended by the officers is the appropriate action that we should take, and I hope that the councillors can support that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dixon.
I think part of this, Mr Mayor, is also to recognise the recent upgrades. So looking on the map, and there was a map on screen, I believe, Nauru and Murrabban Street. I don't know if anyone's driven down there recently, but it's really helped the circulation around Mooloolaba. I'm not sure if anyone in the room's checked that out, but a really, really good project that Council's delivered. Just a question I've got for the staff, if you can, and it may not be able to be answered today, but do we know how much we've got approved in the budget at the moment for the future stages of Brisbane Road at all? Does anyone have that figure?
Through you, Mr Mayor.
No.
Sorry, I don't have that on hand.
Can we take it on notice for you, Councillor? Thank you. Any further speakers or questions? Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you very much for the report. It recently come to my attention that there may be a interest from traditional owners over some or all of this piece of land. And while council are not the current owners, and we're seeking to have these lease negotiations so that we can then get, I presume, support from DTMR to actually advance the road project. So I realise there are a lot of steps to get through here, but could you comment on our willingness or that of DTMR to have appropriate conversations on the remnants of the land with the traditional owners, so that as a result of this road infrastructure project, that we might be able to also give back to the traditional owners, if in fact that is a genuine issue?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, council can consult with the traditional owners.
Thank you.
No further speakers. Go to Councillor Natali to close. Not necessary. Councillors will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Kim. Item 8.6 is the May 2020 financial performance report, and I invite Michael Costello to give us a brief report. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So the May financial performance report, council has a variation to budget of 6.7 million. The major reason for that is a bring forward of the federal assistance grant of $6 million from 2020-21 into this year. As I've noted. The other point to note is that the capital, so I'll just jump forward to the capital expenditure, as at the end of May, of the total $355 million, we're 85% complete for total capital. Our core capital of $145 million is 83% complete, so that's very positive. And the other point to note, Mr Mayor, is in relation to our cash balance of $185 million at an average interest rate of just under 1.7%. Receive and note the report.
Thank you. Happy to move. Councillor Hungerford. Have a seconder. Councillor Johnston. Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Mr Mayor, as it has already been pointed out, as of the 31st of May, 302 million or 85.2% of Council's $355 million capital works program has been financially expended, so we're well on track. The core capital program has progressed to 83% with an actual spend of $145 million. Our closing cash balance at the 31st of May being $185.2 million. And as was pointed out before, the operating result shows a favourable variance of $7.6 million compared to the budgeted position. This is largely made up of the bring forward of $6 million for federal government grants. And the year-to-date revenue as of 31st of May of $436.5 million is higher than expected budget profile by $7.3 million. Important one to note is our materials and services account for the majority of the expenditure variance as of the 31st of May, having been underspent by $3.9 million. Now, this underspend in materials and services can be partially attributed to the reduction in Sunshine Coast events due to the current social distancing restrictions. Underspends to lifeguard services at council's beaches as well as sporting venues in the Sunshine Coast Stadium are also occurring. So it's pleasing to note that council's expenses remain within 1% of budget as of the 31st of May 2020 in delivering the operational plan. And it's also pleasing to see that council's $20 million road reseal program has progressed to 89% completion. Alongside the reseal program, the bus stop replacement and installation program has progressed to 89% completion of the $2.4 million program. Things are travelling rather well on our expenditures, and that's important for our community at this stage during the pandemic. The other one I'd like to point out is our operating result has been reduced to $585,000, so that's a sobering one with the impacts of COVID, but we've been able to maintain that because of our strong financial position. And I'll put that to the meeting. This is a very strong budget position to be in, considering the circumstances we're in.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. No further. Councillor Dixon.
Just a quick one through to Mr Costello. Our investment portfolio, I'm just wondering, if we wanted to pull back some of that money at any given time, I understand there's deposit terms and whatnot and penalties for getting out early. How much of that could we actually pull in if we needed to?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in essence, to break some of the term arrangements that we have, there'd be penalties in such so that if we have a 120-day term placement for $10 million, if we wish to break it now, then there will be some penalties, not too significant due to the low interest rate nature at the moment, but with interest rates the way that they are at the moment, there's probably no value in doing so.
Councillor Hungerford.
Following question from that, that would relate to constrained and non-constrained monies. Being constrained monies that put aside for specific purposes in the future. We wouldn't be able to draw down on those at the moment. It would be unwise to bring them out. And the unconstrained, I'd like to know what the variance is between those two, what funds are available.
Through you, Mr Mayor, our investment portfolio includes both restricted and unrestricted cash. It's our total balance. It also includes some of our trust monies as well. So it's our total cash that is invested through that portfolio, which is made up of a number of placements of term investments. Those terms at the moment are stretching out to some of them to 6 months such that we get better interest rates. But again, with the low nature of interest rates at the moment, we are just on a daily basis looking at the best offers that are available at the banks and trying to get as much interest revenue as we can.
So it'd be fair to say that those monies are not just spare cash that we can just pull out and use for something else. They're set aside for future purposes and they should be retained for those purposes?
Through you, Mr Mayor, our restricted cash is a portion for predominantly is made up of the LGIP funds, which is just over $100 million.
Okay, thank you. You don't need to close, Councillor? No. Let's put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.7, the QAO First Interim Management Report for the financial year ended June 30, 2020. Mr Costello.
Mr Mayor, I'm not sure if we've got a presentation. Okay. So this is the first interim report from the Queensland Audit Office for the financial year ending of June 2020. The audit planning schedule is that the second interim audit has already been and gone. That was early June. Asset valuations will occur in July, the final audit in September of this year, and then the council adoption of the financial statements for the 2019-20 year planned for November of this year. Note that the results of the audit, there have been a couple of significant deficiencies that have been identified. Of those, the majority of those relate to our payroll system, our new payroll system. Note positively that all of those have been actioned and closed off, Mr Mayor, so that's good news. And just finally, I've run through what those critical dates are, the last one being the report to Parliament in February of next year. So we're still planning, all of our milestones have been met, and we're well on track for another unmodified audit opinion.
Thank you. Someone to move? Councillor Hungerford? Councillor Natoli? Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor. The Queensland Audit Office and audits Council's annual financial statements to ensure the statements give a true and fair view of Council's financial position, financial performance and cash flows for the relevant year, and they comply with the Local Government Act 2009 and the Local Government Regulation 2012 and the Australian Accounting Standards. Having attended my first audit meeting, being on the audit committee, I was very pleased with the fact, and it shows in the first interim report, emerging risks of COVID-19 have shown issues identified and action required, and they are underway. The internal control assessment was generally effective. Financial reporting issues, no new financial reporting issues have been raised. Areas of audit significance, no issues to date. Milestones all met or not yet due. So the interim result confirmed Council's overall control framework as generally effective, meaning the environment supports an audit strategy that can rely on these controls. That's a very strong outcome, Mr Mayor. And in the milestones there, all agreed that the Council financial reporting and audit deliverable milestones have been met and are not yet due. which means we're in a very strong position as far as our finances, and I'd like to congratulate Mr Costello and the Finance Department for that, because we can only achieve that when we've got sound principals being adhered to there and diligent staff working on those issues there. So I was quite pleased in that first meeting that it was straightforward and there was no major or outstanding issues, so I was very pleased with that.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. No further speakers to the motion. Do you need to close, Councillor? We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.8 is the Audit Committee meeting, May 25. Bill Hadrill to present, please.
Mr Mayor, councillors, no formal presentation before you today. Opportunity to take any questions in regards to the May Audit Committee minutes that are before you for endorsement.
Someone to move to start with? Councillor Natoli, thank you. Councillor Hungerford, seconded. Any questions of Bill? Would you like to speak to the motion? No. Don't need to close. We'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Council, we now move to item 8.9. And I would like to inform councillors that under section 175E, brackets 2, of the Local Government Act 2009 that I may have a personal interest in the matters that are the subject of agenda item 8.9 on the basis of 1, as previously recorded, my superannuation fund holds a 25% interest in a commercial property situated on the corner of the Esplanade and Venning Street at Mooloolaba, which is approximately 700 metres in walking distance from the Brisbane Road car park site. And 2, Mr Dennis Wagner, who is a shareholder in a company which may be advantaged or disadvantaged by the decision which Council makes on this matter, volunteered to speak on the subject of airports at my campaign launch, which was held on the 12th of February 2016. Mr Wagner is not a professional speaker, he was not paid for his services, and he provided his speech entirely on a voluntary basis. As such, this is not a reportable gift. However, on the basis of Mr Wagner having attended my campaign launch in 2016, I've decided that out of an abundance of caution and in consideration of the public interest, I will withdraw from the chamber and not participate in the deliberation and vote on agenda item 8.9. Just one moment. I also wish to declare in relation to item 11.1, because they follow. Councillors, I wish to inform you under section 175E in brackets 2 of the Local Government Act 2009 that I may have a personal interest in the matter that is the subject of agenda item 11.1 on the basis that Mrs Heather Katachi worked on my electoral campaigns in 2012 and 2016 and is also a submitter on the original development application that is the subject of this appeal. I've decided, therefore, that out of an abundance of caution and in consideration of the public interest, I will withdraw from the chamber and not participate in the deliberation and vote on this matter. And I'd ask the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Babarowski, if he would come forward and take the chair. Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Cox.
Before we commence consideration of this report, I'm informing you that under section 175G (2) of the Local Government Act 2009, I reasonably suspect that Councillor Natali has a perceived conflict of interest in relation to agenda item 8.9. I am of the view that Councillor Natali has demonstrated that his position on these matters that are the subject of the report before us today are so entrenched that he is incapable of considering and making objective decision based in the public interest on a lawful and compliant procurement process. I draw Council's attention to the following statement on Councillor Natali's website. Now that the land has been split into two, how will Council ever be able to recoup that cost? If I am elected, I will do everything in my power to stop the sale of this land until Council undertakes a full review. So, councillors, you have been privy to the comments that Councillor Natali has made during briefing sessions and in the media this week. You have also been privy to the barrage of questions that Councillor Natali has posed to council officers over the course of this week. Many of those questions appear to be seeking any possible opportunity to frustrate the prospect of the recommendations in this report being accepted by Council. You are also aware that this current procurement process has been robust, fully compliant with Council's procurement policy and overseen from its inception by the independent probity advisor, who has confirmed the acceptability of the processes that have led to this recommendation coming before Council. In my view, the actions of Councillor Natali demonstrate that he is not able to make objective and unbiased decision on this report in the public interest, because his actions suggest he has prejudged the proposal and is seeking to prevent it from being supported by Council. In this context, councillors, I will draw your attention to the publication of the Office of Independent Assessor titled Personal Interests and Official Responsibilities, a Guide for Councillors. On page 9 of that publication, the independent assessor goes on to say, if there were concerns of a councillor's views, the correct approach is to consider whether that councillor has prejudged the matter. That is, are a councillor's opinions or views so entrenched and cemented that they are incapable of changing their mind even in the face of compelling evidence and arguments? Councillors should be mindful of their obligations under sections 4 and 12 of the Local Government Act, including the requirement to make decisions in the interest of current and future residents of the whole local government area. Councillors, on the basis of that information that I've outlined, I believe that Councillor Natali has an undisclosed, perceived conflict of interest in relation to the proposal that is currently before Council, in relation to the Brisbane Road car park site. And on that basis, Mr Chair, Council has an obligation under section 175E(4) the Local Government Act to firstly determine whether Councillor Natali has a perceived or real conflict of interest in the matter, and then, if he does, whether he should be permitted to remain in the chamber and participate in the deliberations and vote on this matter. So I would be moving that Councillor Natali does have a real or perceived conflict of interest in relation to this particular item.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. If I may, I might take a moment to get some advice from the CEO. Or, correct? So, Councillor Natali, you have the right of a response. We can then have some debate on the motion. And unfortunately, you don't have a right to vote. You individually don't have a right to vote on the motion. Correct? That's correct. But you do have a right of response.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Those comments that Councillor Cox brought up about wanting to stop this decision was made during the election campaign. If you recall, there was some urgency that this decision was going to be made leading up to before the election. And all I said at that stage is that we should stop this from happening before the new council had the opportunity to review and make a decision on this, and that it should not have been rushed through. And at that point, we had the CEO resign, and the acting CEO chose not to make that decision, and when council went obviously into the election process, it now meant that we had that opportunity to be able to review, which we are doing now, and it's coming to this council, and it's not a foregone conclusion. That's all I wanted, was that the council not rush into a decision and make a determination before the election. And I think we've achieved that, and that's all I asked for. And in regards to whether I am so entrenched in this that I would not support, I have had an open mind about this whole process. And in fact, I've been fortunate to be able to go through information that I wasn't privy to, and other councillors as well, and we're entitled to ask whatever we'd like, councillor, because if we don't ask the right questions, we don't get the right answers. And I think my duty as a councillor in performing my duties under the Local Government Act, I think we have every right to be able to question and ask the appropriate questions, and hopefully the right answers come out. And after that, we can make a decision that's an informed decision and move forward. Whether we support it or not, my arguments would not be based against this development purely because I don't like it to happen. I have plenty of arguments here in regards to absolute facts that I don't know whether other councils have actually made a decision or understand some of the implications of what we are about to make. And so I want to present that and give that information, and councillors can make their determination. I'll accept whatever decision council makes, but my decision is based on formulating the facts and gathering those facts and understanding what that decision means. Not based on bias, not based on any preconceived notion, but I am prepared to be able to give the councillors the opportunity to gather that information that I have gathered during my process of discovery.
Councillors. So, Councillor, may I remind you that you can ask questions, but there's no debate at this point, just questions. Now, let me just pause. Councillors, I just want to, from a procedural point of view, that we are, to some extent, in a motion from Councillor Cox. So do we have a seconder for that motion before we continue the debate, or questions and debate?
Mr Chair, I'm always happy to second any motion that comes before council, but I do have a number of questions before I make any decisions on this. So, yes, I'm interested to second the motion in the interest of the debate and discussion.
One. Thank you, councillors, for your patience. Councillor Jason O'Brien, thank you for seconding the motion. You now may proceed with asking questions.
Mr Chair, just as a point of order, if you don't mind, doesn't it go to the mover first to speak to the motion, or have we already done that?
I believe he has already spoken to the motion.
Okay, a couple of questions, if I can. Thank you, through the chair. First question is in regard to meeting procedure. In the event that that motion gets up, we then go into a second motion, which will decide on Councillor Natoli's ability to stay in the meeting, debate and discuss the item and vote on the item. Is that correct?
Correct. It's whether we will vote on whether we agree that he does or does not have a perceived conflict of interest.
There's two motions here, councillors. Make sure that's really clear in your mind. Secondly, I'm really interested in the wording of the independent assessor. Councillor Cox made a couple of references here to the independent assessor, I think it was. If I could please get some real clarity around that, because that's really important, not only for me as a personal councillor on this council, but for all councillors. We need to be very aware of what the independent assessor has got to say on this.
Councillor Prey, are you hoping for the CEO or some other officer to give you some further clarity on that? Because
a little bit of uncharted waters here, Mr. Chair. I'm really not sure who can answer that. Maybe potentially Councillor Cox, but then possibly the CEO as well, if I may.
Mr. CEO, do you have anything to add to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think the key point that's being raised here is, has the councillor been prejudged in relation to his decision-making capacity? And that's the question you're being asked. If you believe he has been prejudged in relation to it, and it's not open to the information during the discussion to make an informed decision, then that's the concession you have available to you. The Ombudsman and the various people have given us really guidance to say you need to come to these meetings, you need to consider all information and be able to consider all that information in making your determination. And that's what this particular provision is about.
I'm happy to reread that for the sake of the room,
For sake of clarity, as this is new territory, perhaps it would be helpful if you would. Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Chair. So on page 9 of that publication, the Office of the Independent Assessor goes on to say, if there are concerns about a councillor's views, the correct approach is to consider whether that councillor has prejudged the matter. That is, are the councillor's opinions, views so entrenched and cemented that they are incapable of changing their mind even in the face of compelling evidence and arguments? Councillors should be mindful of their obligations under sections 4 and 12 of the Local Government Act, including the requirement to make decisions in the interests of current and future generations of the whole local government area.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Are there any other questions before my intent will be? Councillor Winston.
Mr Acting, Mr Deputy Mayor, I'm really concerned about the direction this is going. This is going to really, if this motion is carried, this is going to open up a real minefield. And I don't feel that I'll ask the CEO, if this motion was to pass, does that mean that any time a councillor makes a statement outside of the council meeting that he or she supports or does not support a particular direction, that's going to preclude that individual councillor from representing their constituents or their research and belief in relation to this subject?
CEO, do you wish to elaborate on an answer?
I think the issue is that councillors are not allowed to predetermine their voting before they come in and hear all the information. You may provide some guidance, but you're unable to say, I will be voting a certain way in the earlier stage in relation to that. So that's the main concern, and to ensure that each councillor is able to take on board all available information that is offered to them, including the debate that occurs in the chamber before making their decision.
Councillor Christian.
I've got a question through to the Chair, whether or not he would indulge councillors in the ability to debate, because I had thought in previous meetings that councillors had been able to offer comment and not questions to these matters.
Thank you for your question. I think that comes as, once I'm satisfied that we've asked the questions, I will essentially ask if somebody is prepared to move that the councillor either has or does not have a real or perceived conflict of interest in relation to this item. Once that's moved and seconded, then we can decide through debate. Then as the chair, I can allow the debate. I'm just making sure that this procedural motion moves forward as in new territory as appropriately as possible. No. So look, if there are no more questions, I think it's time to move into a formal request for a formal. Is somebody prepared to move that the councillor either has or does not have a real or a perceived conflict of interest in relation to this item? Pardon? That's moved. So now I'm... One second. So, councillors, I'm informed, my apologies, we're in new territory. It is my discretion as the chair, apparently, that I can now ask for debate on this item. So, Councillor Dixon.
Yep. Thank you, Mr Chair. What a sad day for local government that we have to talk about potentially excluding one of our esteemed colleagues from an extremely important debate, not just in his local electorate, but an issue that he's campaigned quite heavily on and been elected on. Now, I've just gone on the Office of the Independent Assessor's website and read through their views for councillors. It says here, concerns may sometimes arise that councillors are unable to bring an objective mind to an official decision because they have expressed strong views. Yes, holding a strong view and expressing it are not the same as having a personal interest or material personal interest. It should not be dealt with in the same way personal interests are dealt with. It is expected that councillors will hold strong views, and councillors are not expected to bring a completely objective mind to every decision. Case closed. I'm sorry, Mr Chairman, but if there is a day in local government when we need to make sure that we are accountable and able to do our duties on the floor of council, today is that day. When a councillor is now removed because the councillor has a strong view on a matter, really saddens me. Today, I'm actually looking to the divisional councillor to see where he actually stands on this issue. I've not heard from him. I'd like to hear his debate. And if I don't hear that debate, then I'll be voting against the actual item on the agenda, which is also a sad decision for a local councillor to make. Councillors, let's be very, very concerned here about this process. If Councillor Natoli had a financial interest in this situation or knew someone attached to it, yes, by all means, he should probably be out of the room. But this guy here, we're talking about Councillor Natoli with over 20 years' experience on this site. If anyone knows more about the history and what's happened and transpired, he does, and I want to hear it today.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hungerford.
A local government will get exposure to this. I'll explain things here. What I believe Councillor Cox has brought up is the element where a councillor has predetermined a position on something before it's been debated or decided in council. Now, with the motion we've got up here today, I'll explain what I'm doing and why, and it comes from the experience I've had in the parliament. This here is a real or perceived conflict. Now, I'll be voting there as a perceived because Councillor Cox has brought up statements and things that Councillor Natoli has said before, so that is perceived. Then we have a vote after that from Councillor Natoli's response to that we've had on whether each of us believes he can stay in the room or not. And that's the circuit breaker, and this is why there's two stages to the process, and it's a very sensible process that the Office of Independent Assessor or the CCC has put together. It gives us the ability to weigh up all the facts and then make a determination in a two-part series. So the first one, I'll be voting yes to this because I believe it's perceived because of the information that was put there. Then I'll reserve my thing on Councillor Natoli's answer on whether I believe he can be objective in this in the room and stay in the room. So I'll just explain that for everyone, especially the new councillors. That's the decision we're making here. It's just a two-part process.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Suarez.
This is unfamiliar territory, especially for the new councillors. I'd just like to make a statement that Councillor Natoli is a very passionate person and a very passionate councillor for his division, and he has demonstrated in the past when he has held a strong view on something and he has been presented alternative information and debate, he has considered the information and made his decision on the best outcomes for the entire region and not stuck to his personal beliefs for a personal win. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Any other? Councillor Landsberg.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Councillor Maria's comments there and Councillor Winston. It is uncharted waters, as the standing councillors, previous ones, have just commented on. My concern is, as Councillor Joe represents the biggest division on our Sunshine Coast and should be obviously given that opportunity to debate this as we move forward into the future. And I know we're going to have briefings and a debate process in this later in the year. I'd just like to say that I understand his passion towards this process, but I will be voting to... I can see the two sides of this, as Councillor Ted has just described. I feel that there may be a perceived conflict of interest, which I understand, but I won't be voting for Councillor Natoli to leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Prey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And
Deputy
welcome to
Mayor.
the big leagues, Mr Chair. Never seen this before. It's quite extraordinary. Councillor, I have seconded the motion to promote this debate and discussion. That's not to say whether I'll go for or against the motion, but as this sits right now, I believe there's enough. It's only got to be a minuscule amount of information to allow a perceived conflict. So with that said, I will actually support this motion, but know and understand, Councillor Joe, that if it does get through to the next stage, I would like to see you in the room. I'd like to have your understanding of the item. I'd like to have understanding of all your thoughts and patterns and your experience, and particularly your 20 years' experience that Councillor Dixon made mention of. But as a matter of consistency, on every single occasion where this has come to council, I've always supported in the positive and said that there is a perceived conflict of interest. So please don't read too much into that, but know and understand that if this does get through, I won't be supporting it on the other side. I'd like to see you in the room.
Thank you, Councillor Prey. Any other questions?
Questions or...
Sorry?
Questions or...
Questions or comments or debate?
Through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, I too think that this is a bit beyond the pale. Councillors are elected to represent the opinions not only of their division but of the council, the whole of the council. And I've known Councillor Natoli for a long time. He speaks strongly about the things he believes in. I don't always agree with him, but honestly, Councillor Cox, do you think that the rest of the councillors in this room are so stupid that they will be influenced by something that Councillor
Winston, can
Natoli has to say?
Remind you that you should address it to the chair?
That we are so unintelligent in that case that we are going to be influenced by something that Councillor Natoli has to say? I personally don't believe that he is so opposed to this entire proposal. He's got points of view, and I think we should listen to them and then make our own decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Winston. Councillor Hungerford.
Just for clarity here, I'd like to point out, and I congratulate Councillor Cox for bringing that forward, because it is legitimate, because not only can a councillor bring that forward, but any member of the public as well. So I think it is good that it's been aired here and being dealt with correctly, rather than someone from outside of council making that assertion that there's a conflict of interest. So I think it's very healthy that we're actually having this today, and I'm congratulating Councillor Cox for bringing it forward, because I'd rather have it here at the front of the process and come to us afterwards from outside of council. Any member of the public can make the same claim.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I suspect Councillor Cox will address that in his close. Any other questions? Would you care to... sorry, Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I just feel, if I may ask a question of Councillor Natoli, Obviously, he has a wealth of knowledge, experience of working as a councillor and as a past mayor, and also living and working in the community of the Sunshine Coast. Can you provide either an example or some reassurance that this is not prejudged and you are able to bring your experience and knowledge for the benefit of the whole council, so that we are able to work together with as much representation as possible of the whole community of the Sunshine Coast?
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Toley.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Look, I've been up till 4 a.m. this morning still researching and taking in information. It's on. You know, I've put a lot of effort into this. I haven't prejudged this outcome. I've previously supported a development on the Brisbane Road car park. You know, when I was a local councillor, went through that process, went out to community consultation, we dealt with it. It blew up in our face, we had rallies and everything. I stood my ground in supporting council's position, where the Brisbane Road car park. And so I have in the past done my research. I formulate a position, and I think all of us do, and I've heard Councillor Dixon say that he can be persuaded on the floor whether the argument can go either way. And so it's incumbent upon us to be able to understand that information, understand what our position is before we get to a meeting. Whether we predetermine the outcome, that position is one that needs to then be altered by the debate that goes on. And if it's not, you determine that that's predetermined. The fact is that the arguments on the floor are the determining factors, because there may be new information that I'm not aware of, and I've always been a person that will accept that I don't know everything. And sometimes someone can bring something to me that will convince me that I'm wrong. And I've always been prepared to accept that I'm wrong. Always. So, you know, I can guarantee you, Councillor Law, yes, I've formed an opinion based on the information that I've got, but at this stage we haven't had that debate, and that's the thing that I wanted us to have, is to come to this council and be able to... Now, if you can convince me that my position that I've taken after researching all this is wrong, and I can accept that I'm wrong, then I'm happy to change that decision that I come to this council. But that's what the research and the time and lead up to a decision is made, is that we have to gather that information, and that is the substance of building any argument for or against whatever is coming to council.
Thank you, Councillor Toley. Any other questions? I'll ask Councillor Cox to close. Sorry? Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Landsberg, I didn't see you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yep.
Just understanding the legal ramifications, obviously a two-stage process with a perceived conflict. Does that have an effect in terms of moving forward? Like you're already digressed, I digress, but I'm just trying to understand the process, and I'm concerned that this sets a precedent for us as we move forward throughout the year, as Ted addressed there. If you're determined as a perceived conflict of interest, that you can still stay in the room, the ability for you to still make that judgment, is that still correct by what the Local Government Act is?
Would you like to answer that, Mr. Matheson?
So if we vote as a perceived conflict of interest and then we vote for that councillor to stay in the room, they can still debate that agenda as per normal?
Sorry. Through the Chair, Councillor Landsberg, dealing with matters of conflict of interest and perceived conflicts of interest requires it to be dealt with on its merits on each occasion.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and if I can refer to what Councillor Hungerford was saying earlier on, Councillor Hungerford is correct. You make a determination now on the motion that is before you in terms of whether or not the conflict of interest exists. That is not the end of the matter. If the council resolves that a conflict of interest does exist, there is then a secondary decision that needs to be made as to whether or not the councillor remains in the room. In terms of future reports on this subject matter, the conflict of interest may vary. The circumstances of that report and what the content of that report may be different.
That's
to
what I
what
was
is
thinking, as noted, as we move forward later in the year.
Yeah, each instance needs to be dealt with on its own merits.
Thank you.
But thank you for the question, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Law?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I have a follow-up question, if I may. Again, a question for Councillor Natoli. Councillor Cox said that there is a statement on your website saying that you will do everything in your power to affect a particular decision. Are you able to confirm or deny that that is on your website for those of us who haven't been able to see that? And if, in fact, it is there, what is your intention behind that statement?
I thought I clarified that before, Councillor Law, that there was going to be a decision made before the council closed entering into the election. And what my intention at that stage was to stop the process, stop the decision being made on the death and end of an election term. And I felt that it was important that the new council, with fresh eyes, have the opportunity to review and make the decision. That's what's on my website. That was all I said, is that we should stop the decision being made by the previous council to allow us to do exactly what we're doing here today.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. If there are no further questions, Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, councillors, I've raised this today because it is my obligation under the Act that if I have a suspicion about the councillors' perceived comments about a project or an item, it is our obligation, all of our obligations, to bring that to this council. I've done my duty. It's now over to you to decide whether or not there is a real or perceived conflict. If you decide that there is, then we have a second vote to determine whether or not Councillor Natoli stays in the room. I've done my duty here today because, based on evidence that I have observed via the website, via some of the statements that I have observed,
so we're just going to
I
vote on whether he
believe
has.
that he does have a real or perceived conflict. So, councillors, it's now over to you to decide whether or not he does, and then determine if we go to the next step and debate whether or not he remains in the room.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillors, we should now vote on whether we agree with the motion that Councillor Natoli has a real or perceived conflict of interest in matters that are to be considered in item 8.9. So all those who believe that Councillor Natoli does have a real or perceived conflict, please show by an indication of votes. 4. That's 4 and against. Sorry? Oh, sorry, my apologies. I do have to name you. Can I go back to the who agree that he has a real or perceived conflict? So it's Councillor Landsberg, Councillor Cox, Councillor Hungerford, Councillor Prey, Councillor Babarowski. Those against? Councillor Winston, Councillor Christian, Councillor Suarez, Councillor Law. I think the motion is that he does have a perceived conflict, a real or perceived conflict of interest. And we now move to, in accordance with 1.75E4A of the Local Government Act 2009, that Councillor Natoli has a real or perceived conflict of interest in the matters that are to be considered on agenda item 8.9. It was carried, so that now, in accordance with 175E4B, 1 of the Local Government Act 2009, that Councillor Natoli must?
So someone needs to move now with a councillor.
Mr Chair, I'm happy to move that Councillor Natoli stay.
Would you move that he stays? Councillor Dixon is moving that Councillor Natoli may stay. Councillor O'Prey seconded. Would you like to speak to the motion? No? Anybody else have any questions or debate on that item? So I now put to the meeting that in accordance with 1754B(2) of the Local Government Act 2009, that Councillor Natoli may participate in the meeting in relation to item 8.9, including voting on the item. So I'd like to now call for a vote. Those in favour? Councillor Landsberg, Councillor Winston, Councillor Babarowski, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hungerford, Councillor O'Prey, Councillor Suarez, Councillor Law. Against? Councillor Cox. The motion is carried, and Councillor Natoli may stay and continue to participate in the vote.
Mr.
Councillor
Deputy
Winston.
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion, if possible. I'd like to move that we break for lunch. I'm mildly diabetic, and it's 7 o'clock since I had breakfast. And if we don't do that, then I'm going to have to leave the room.
Thank you very much for bringing that to the attention of the meeting. I think this is a good moment to take a breath. If I may, I'll call a halt to proceedings while we take some lunch. Thank you very much, councillors. When will we need to be back by? So half an hour, councillors. So about 1:35. Well, welcome back, councillors. Good afternoon, and good afternoon. Remind you that we're now recommencing live streaming, and we're considering item 8.9, Brisbane Road Car Park, an update on the expression of interest process. And I'd like to call for presentation Mr. Paul Skillen, assisted with my Ben Vandenberg.
Thank you, Deputy, and good afternoon, councillors. Excuse me. Thank you. By way of an update, walking through some of the history of the project leading to here, Council owns and has for an extended period of time the 9 sites that currently make up the entirety of the Brisbane Road car park. That has 3 street frontages along First Avenue, Brisbane Road itself and Smith Street as well. There's nothing registered against the titles of the site that would indicate that any of the activities that are proposed as a result of the procurement practice that underway cannot be conducted. In terms of the history of the site, it has been an important site to both the former Maroochy Shire Council and the current Sunshine Coast Council. There have been 2 former attempts to develop the site. They took similar paths, that being an attempt to engage the market to have the entire site developed with a view to providing council-owned car parking as well as other uses on the site. The first of those was from 1998 when Maroochy Shire Council conducted an expression of interest process. It was finalised by identification of Juniper Property Holdings as a preferred provider, and a contract was entered into. That contract was finalised by the Sunshine Coast Council in late 2009 without development. Similarly, in 2015, and another expression of interest and tender process, this time commenced by the Sunshine Coast Council, was conducted, which identified a preferred respondent as the Abacus Property Group. That matter was finalised after Abacus Property Group having secured a development approval with conditions for the site, but prior to reaching an agreement with them for the actual development. What that led to then was consideration of where we were and eventually a resolution from Council to approach the development as 2 separate lots, seeking a council-owned multi-deck car park on one portion, that portion being the part that fronts First Avenue and Smith Street, the second being to conduct an expression of interest and tender for development of the site, which is the subject of the report today. The requirements within the tender process for that sought a 5-star hotel with a minimum of 150 rooms, seeking contribution to improved economic, social and environmental outcomes, pursuit of Council's vision and policies for the Mooloolaba placemaking and within the planning scheme, alignment with neighbouring uses. By this stage, the multi-deck car park contract had been awarded and was in the early stages of construction. Details of the preferred respondent are that they have provided a submission that has identified their provision of a 4.5-star rated hotel, of 160 hotel rooms, podium car parking for 158 spaces, ground level retail spaces, a function centre and a design which is sympathetic to the adjoining developments. The agreement that has been developed with the preferred respondent is a development agreement, which is the overarching agreement that dictates what needs to come from the disposal of the land to that entity. Keeping in mind that this isn't your standard disposal where you would sell a block of land, forego your interests and leave them. In this instance, what we're trying to do is dispose of the land but facilitate an improved outcome, being the provision of a particular a number of opportunities, namely the hotel and the retail space on the ground floor. The development agreement consists of the design brief, which is a combination of our requirements and their submission. The developer's warranty is a certified deed. As mentioned or shown before in a slide, an easement is acknowledged as needing to run through the site that we're currently talking about in order to allow access to the car park currently under construction. The final or most important of those documents then also is the land sale contract. The development agreement provides protections for council against a number of events, again reminding you that normally you would dispose of your interest, walk away from it and therefore not have an interest regardless of what occurs on the site. Because we are seeking to have a development once or following disposal of the site, those protections provide for if the developer fails to proceed, the developer goes into liquidation, move down them quickly, and attempt to sell prior to the completion, we would have the ability to prevent, which is again something you wouldn't normally do after having disposed of an interest in a property that you owned, or if a consortium member withdraws from the development. Further protections to council include step-in rights in the case of a step-in deed and a building side deed. They cover both basically the developer and the construction contractor in the event that either of them was to fail, as well as council lodging a caveat over the land to ensure that it cannot be disposed of until such time as we remove the caveat. The dates then contained within the agreement are more or less sunset dates. They're not the dates they're aiming for, they're the last dates required in order to deliver the project. Assuming a signature or agreement reached in July of 2020, development approval they would need to obtain by December of 2021. Settlement date then for the land is of June 2022. Last target finish date is by December 23 and a critical finish date of December 24. We should point out, actually, having said that, in terms of the target finish date there, that is the one that they will aim for, whereas the others, particularly the critical finish dates, are their last date of being able to deliver it before certain options for council arise within the development agreement. In terms of the value of the land, as you're aware, it's been made public that an early evaluation of the site had the current site we're talking about valued at $8.4 million. Two matters that could be considered to have affected that are the easement traversing the site. The original valuation did not contemplate that easement, and the easement places upon the owner of that property or the future owner some restrictions on what they can put there. As a result, you could expect it to have some influence over the price that could be offered by someone willing to buy the property. Similarly, the provision of the valuation was on the basis of its highest and best property being used for its highest and best use, which was determined to be residential units at that time. When council is seeking to facilitate the provision of a hotel as they are, you could expect potentially there to be implications on the price that a provider would be prepared to pay. It's the difference between saying we'll sell it and you can put what you like there versus we will sell it to you but we are attempting to facilitate a particular outcome. The general benefits identified to the Sunshine Coast are the economic benefits resulting from both the construction of a significant building on the site as well as the ongoing operations of the hotel, which will both provide employment through construction and ongoing employment opportunities through the ongoing operation of the hotel, as well as the benefit provided by the new retail for attracting visitors and the like, as well as the use by the community. Financially also, there is the value of the land sale to be considered and could be considered as an offset to the construction of the multi-deck car park, as well as the generation of what would then be a new rateable property mechanism being the hotel. Its alignment with the planning scheme, it's always important to understand whether the proposal can be built. There would be little use in me putting before you a proposal of something that we did not believe could get planning approval. This presentation to you today is made as the landowner of it, not in any regulatory capacity as the assessor of development applications. So I say that to you as the landowner, saying in contemplation of disposing of the land, we have requested and obtained from a strategic property team an assessment of the current proposal noting it is in its early stages of development. It's a significant proposal put forward, but in terms of its design, it's not at a stage yet that they would put in a development application for, and that's not at the stage of where they've developed it, nor at the stage where they would be interested in putting in a development application, merely because of the point in the process that we are currently at. What has come back is that there is a general alignment. There is a number of matters that will only be able to be addressed in the development application, but there was nothing that specifically could be identified that made it unforeseeable that a development approval could be obtained. Excuse me. So if I was to summarise, we had received some council direction that had come from a number of documents, workshops, reports and resolutions, including the planning scheme, the Mooloolaba placemaking. As a result of that, and with the resolution of council, we conducted an expression of interest process, followed by then a closed tender process. We identified a preferred respondent, having returned to this forum prior to the election in order to get support for identification of that preferred supplier. We've had a probity advisor, outsourced probity advisor, providing advice to us throughout their provision, throughout the time of the process as it has occurred. Then engaged throughout the process, the tender process particularly, external legal advice to give us advice on the development of the development agreement and represent our interests in terms of the legal ramifications for that agreement. We sought outsourced advice from the valuer, both at the time of or prior to starting this particular part of the process and in terms of a more recent valuation that's within confidential regarding the proposal being considered. What that has left us with is an outcome that council officers are putting to you is the most advantageous for what has been received. They put forward a professional submission. It is the highest price offered from the process. It delivers the economic benefits through construction and the ongoing operations. It also offers the offset to the car park construction cost. What that then would leave, if we were to enter into this agreement, is a completed development of the site, which is something that's been attempted since 1998 at the earliest. Because effectively what has happened now is, rather than the integrated development across the entire site, where the car park, the council car park, was embedded within it, it's almost been turned 90 degrees, so the car park is embedded on one half, and the development, whatever that be, through the various versions, is now embedded on the other half. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skillen. Someone to move? Councillor Cox, second. Councillor Hungerford. Before we move into questions, may I just remind councillors that the focus of this report and the recommendations is the development agreement. I just respectfully ask you to stay reasonably on topic and not take it too far off. But having said that, would you like to open the debate? Councillor Cox.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, councillors, I will be supporting this here today. I just want to point out something which I previously mentioned, that the procurement process has been robust. I'm talking about the whole process that's just been illustrated to us by the presentation. It's been fully compliant with Council's procurement policy and overseen since its inception by an independent probity advisor. So the start to finish, and when Council previously determined to go out through the expression of interest process, we have followed our duties as a local government, as has been determined. You've seen the presentation by Mr. Skillen, and I personally believe that this will bring a new offering to Mooloolaba once it's built, and I will be fully supportive of Council endorsing this here today. So keeping it short and sweet.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any other speakers? Councillor Suarez.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just have a question for you, Paul. We're going to engage an independent assessor an external consultant to assess the development application?
Through the chair, yes.
And just a couple of things that have come to light for me was the proposal puts forward 158 car parks for a 160-room hotel. Yes. This development is also going to provide 120 direct jobs in retail and accommodation. Now, I'm not sure if they're full-time equivalents. I'm just concerned about the allocation of car parks, that this development will provide adequate car parking for guests as well as employees.
Through the chair. As I understand it, the planning scheme is silent on a prescribed number of cars to rooms for a hotel. And it was in engaging with the strategic property team where that was identified to me, and with reference being made by them to other councils, and the planning schemes being equally as silent on the comparison between hotel rooms and car parks. It is generally long believed that gone are the day of, for hotels, one room, therefore one car park. In terms of the provision of car parking, it's not for employees. It's not generally the case that, and I would say, for example, all along the front of Mooloolaba, where construction went on, where it was contemplated how many employees were there, so therefore you must provide that many car parks. So, or a prescribed number of car parks. In terms of the employees, they would be capable of other alternate forms of transport as well. If I then bring that back down to the external assessor, for that I would say that the external assessor is not taking away from you the responsibility of approving. It still comes to this forum for you to approve. The external assessor in that regard is actually conducting themselves not unlike the probity advisor. What they're doing is saying, council, you own the land or have an interest in it, and we will look at your planning scheme and the application and provide you a report that you can be comfortable and rely upon, gives you some clarity and satisfaction that you're not conflicted into approving something because of your interest. They will look at that, and that report comes to you, as I understand it, for your consideration, so that then you perform your regulatory function of deciding on a development application.
Follow up?
Sorry, Paul, just to be clear, so the car parking allocation has only really considered the hotel guests, it hasn't really taken into account the workers?
No, through the chair, no. The proposal that they had put together has considered our planning scheme, and through their planning support come up with a number of car parks they believe meet the requirements for all of the uses that are going there for the planning scheme.
So that's then the retail, the commercial and the hotel guests?
Yes, the retail also including the number of visitors as opposed to employees that they would be expected to be using. Yes. Okay,
and thank you for that. And I'll take, I just want to keep that in mind in terms of the number of employees in the car parking that they will be required to come and service this hotel when we have our debate down the track in the future regarding car parking in Mooloolaba.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Any other speakers? Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I know that part of this report is confidential, so I'll try and weave it in a way that doesn't force us to go into a confidential session. I just want some understanding of the original expression of interest. We had 4 proponents that put an expression of interest forward. One of them was for a 5-star full-service Hilton hotel. I won't mention the name of the group, but they didn't get a jersey to go to the next stage. Can you at least give me some indication of why that happened? Because my understanding is that we're trying to get a 5-star hotel here, and we had that as a proposal. So I was just surprised that they didn't get the opportunity to at least take it to the next stage.
Through the chair, There is an evaluation team appointed to consider all of the proposals. They considered all of the proposal, not just merely the hotel element. In terms of the hotel element, we would need to be very guarded about what degree of support the hotel provider is indicating they have for the site, or the submission rather, at that time. Now, I don't recall that, I absolutely recall that there were letters of support from hotels. I would point out also that if we stick with the brand that you mentioned, doesn't always have five-star hotel. It has a sway of options within that, some of which are less than five-star. But certainly their submissions, as I remember it, none of them were signed up for, we're in, here is our consortium, it is with a hotel provider, this is them, this is the hotel they're putting there. So as an evaluation over the entirety of the submission, not just whether it was the hotel, they were deemed, I'm assuming from the four, you're talking about two that didn't proceed to the shortlist and being invited for tender.
You have a follow-up question, Councillor Tully?
Yeah, and that goes on to the question of the first expression of interest actually didn't specify that we wanted just a hotel on site. It specified mixed use as well. Yep. Why didn't we just, if we wanted a hotel and a five-star hotel, why wasn't the expression of interest focused on that? Because I noticed the first valuation also didn't take that into consideration compared to the second valuation. So if we were wanting to have a hotel, then that seemed to be contradictory to the final outcome.
Just to clarify through the chair, are you talking between this EOI that led to this tender or the previous EOI?
Yeah.
Through the chair, the expression of interest process is designed intentionally to be more engaging with the market on tell us what you might want to put there. While we weren't as prescriptive in the EOI as the decisions we had made in tender, the process would be that you receive your EOI responses, upon which you make some decisions furthermore about what you might want there. It was then moving from that process where we had said to the market, tell us what you could put there. Just about all of them, from recollection for this process, did propose hotels. Some of them did propose a combination of hotel and units. And then, having made that, the decision with the information you have from the EOI, the council makes its decision on what it will pursue and then invites the shortlisted ones to tender against that new information with the new decision making or updated.
And that's why I was surprised the one with the Hilton Hotel. The key facility said a full service five-star Hilton Hotel of 190 to 220 guest rooms. That was in their original expression of interest, and yet they didn't get a look in to the final. We don't even know what they may have asked because we didn't know, what they were looking for at that particular stage. It wasn't until we went to the closed tender process that we actually got to see what the dollar values were. There was one other proponent that did put that forward, a local builder, most of us know, where it had a combination of office and hotel on site, and that proponent offered us $9.5 million with a 30-day settlement from acceptance. So, I understand that we probably didn't want an office tower on there, but again, trying to understand that process of what would have eliminated the Hilton Hotel that was just a standalone hotel. Now, when you have a look at the configurations of those hotels...
Can I just ask you to be cautious, unless you can reveal where you're getting your information from, and remind yourself that he did answer the question about the hotel first. So can you clarify or focus in on the substance of your new question?
All right, let's start on a different question. During the expression of interest, the final proponent has obviously a company where the mayor has a conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest. But that particular company wasn't part of the first offer. It was the hotel group and the builder that put through that expression of interest. So, from what I could read, the reason why this hotel didn't get up was that they didn't provide a number of documents. They didn't tick the boxes, and that's probably why they were excluded. So the question I'm asking now is, how does this new company, the company that we're dealing with and wanting to enter into this deal, how did they get into the closed tender process when they weren't part of the first expression of interest? And how do you validate that they meet all of those things that this company couldn't meet?
Okay, you might let Councillor Skillen, sorry, Mr. Skillen, answer that question if you can.
Through the chair, the consortium that is here now is the consortium that submitted the EOI. It was just led by another part of the consortium. There
is absolutely nothing in that expression of interest that actually identified the key proponent in that EOI. I've read through them and I haven't been able to identify.
Yep.
And I couldn't understand how all of a sudden they turn up as being part of that process. So,
through the chair, the consortium made their submission as a consortium. It was moving from the EOI to the tender that they refined their submission, which, with the support of the probity advisor, they, as well as the competitors that were shortlisted, the competitor that was shortlisted, was able to do. Importantly, what you're dealing with in there is actually the developer come financial contributor to the hotel, to the entire development. The fact that the hotel was that embedded in their consortium offer, as opposed to the previous example that had been used, was a significant point because they were in the consortium. Letters of support for we'll give you a X-branded hotel, or the X-branded hotel saying the letter, look, if this, that says something like, if this goes ahead, we'll talk more about it, does not carry, in my view, in order to carry in the evaluation committee's view and supported by the probity advisor, the same weight as the consortium being embedded with the hotel provider.
Well, I can't see the transparency in that. I'd be happy to park this right now and offer the invitation for you to actually show me where this company is part of that consortium, because the evaluation, all of the financial evaluation, the capability of the company was not included in terms of this company being part of that through that expression of interest and evaluation process.
Through the chair, we weren't looking for that information at that point because the expression of interest process is not the contract forming part of what you are proceeding through. It's an evaluation to decide who should be shortlisted to engage with in the contract forming component of this process. And the outcome from that was that when they moved from EOI to tender, they put forward the bona fides of their consortium with more detail, as did their competitors, with more detail than they had because they were asked for more detail and because they could, I'm assuming, because they could see that they were further advanced down the process and the likelihood of actually reaching an agreement by being firstly identified as the preferred respondent, and then secondly, if they were progressing to a development agreement, had significantly increased. And that is part of the stepping down process. You don't want to, in my view, be wasting the time of all of these people giving you more and more information in their response. You go to the market broadly, you consider what is submitted to the market, You then enter into a far more detailed, a far more due diligence related assessment of what it is that would become the deal and the bona fides of the consortium or entity that you're going to engage with. So in the end here, what we're doing, Debbie, is still disposing of a block of land. We are selling a block of land in order to facilitate, in this instance, a development on that site.
Councillor Tully, do you have a new question?
No further questions at this stage, but I'd like to talk to the motion.
By all means.
So, councillors, at this particular stage, one of the issues that I have is not so much about the hotel. I mean, I look at the building, it's quite an attractive building, fits in perfectly. I'd be happy to have that building in that position at any time. You know, in terms of the way it's articulated and so forth. But when you understand the history of where we've come from with car parking in Mooloolaba, the public have had a very strong interest in this. When we went through the expressions of interest, and you talked about the history, we ended up with two proponents that had offered us car parking in lieu of payment. And what we did was we took those two expressions of interest to a public consultation process. We had a demountable set up at Brisbane Road. We had option A and option B. We didn't actually tell the community who they were. Option C was council build in its own car parks at $12 million. That was obvious that that was a council proposal. I spent my own money, $800, to let a box drop and tell people, come in and tell us what you support. I didn't have the privilege of having council fork out $12 million, and I was hoping that we could find a solution that the community could go down. And they did. They chose option A because it offered the most amount of car parking. And then, obviously, it got out of hand in terms of feuds between developers, and so we had public rallies and so forth. So the public have had a huge interest in this parcel of land for over 2 decades. And we've not gone through that process. You know, the expressions of interest that we had the two were not taken through that same process that we did back when I was the councillor for Mooloolaba, back around in the early 2000s. And so, to me, I think it would have been great for the community to have had that feedback and give it the legitimacy of supporting what was being put forward. I would have liked that. But the ultimate game for us has always been a catch-up game. The reports show that we need 1,000 car parks in Mooloolaba, and we're far from that. But we will reach that when the Brisbane Road car park is finished, because we have the foreshore car parks. We've even got the car park, the temporary car park that was built in the old caravan park. But unfortunately, councillors, that the 700 car parks, you have to be mindful that we had 176 on site. So you have to discount that we are actually getting 700 additional car parks because we lose 176. And then due to road widening of Brisbane Road, Wayland Street, Nauru Court and so forth, and also the car spaces at the front due to placemaker, we lose another 201 car parks. And that doesn't include the car parks that exist where the caravan park is. So, you know, the net gain will be 323 car parks. It's a far cry from 1,000 car parks. The other problem we have, and Councillor Suarez brought up, is with these developments that we approve in Mooloolaba, do they have any impact on the public car parking? And that's really a question that we have to seriously consider, because the current proponent, in their own table, used the ARIA development as the basis of their car parking. And their total of 158 is more than 134 spaces if you use the ARIA model. And they said the hotels, they use 0.5 of a space per room. The function facility, which is ancillary to the hotel, 0 car parks, again, based on AREA's approval, and the retail bar restaurant code requirement of one space of 20 square metres of gross floor area, but applied a 10% discount based on the AREA approval. So when you consider the AREA approval and consider what they've put forward, they have here compliance scheme resort complex, and they've assessed that against the current code that we have, and they are technically 95% wide car parks. That's their own calculation. But when they look at applying the AREA approval, same requirements of car parks, they're actually about 20 odd car parks ahead. So my concern is that when you look at it, industry people in the development industry have said that council gave pretty much 154 car park relaxation on AREA, and our officers in their report said 33 car parks, which we got $45,000 per car park. But that pressure, if we get it wrong and the assessment falls onto the public car parking domain, and we pick up whether they're the workers that work in that area or whether they're full occupancy, all of that surplus has to be then carried by public car parking. So we keep whittling away.
An extension?
Yes, please.
Councillors, would somebody like to move an extension? Councillor Prey, seconded. Councillor Landsberg, all in favour? Carry on, Councillor Natoli.
So if you take the 95.5 and if you talk to the industry leaders and you apply that's how many car parks that they believe that they're short based on our own planning scheme code requirements, we end up with a net gain of 73.5 car parks. 73.5 car parks. And we're a long way from 1,000 car parks in Mooloolaba. Now, in my first year, I got approached by Graham Juniper, and there were 3 councillors in that division, Barbara Cancel and Peter Whale. And we were approached because his Caribbean development had a number of car parks that were locked up inside because they were the component that was for the retail. And his argument was, I'd rather give council $10,000 than lock in these car parks. It's a waste for me, because it was better to get that amount of money than asking the $23,000 or whatever we asked for at the time. And I walked away from there and thought, it's the land that is the most important component, not the money, the land. Because you can have all the money in no land, where do you put those car parks? The key thing for me is the importance of this car park. Do we know really whether we need it down the track or not? I don't. I can't tell you that. But it's an important parcel of land. Even when you read through the valuation, the valuers say that large parcels of land in that location are so rare, so rare. So to me, the question is whether we actually should be entering into an agreement to sell this land and lose that opportunity to be able to provide for future car parking, and whether the Chamber of Commerce has said they support a 5-star hotel or want a proper hotel in that site, or whether there's the person down the road that has said they just want to leave it as at-grade car parking. I've had other people want it turned into a green open space. I can't tell you, councillors, I can't tell you what the community thinks. And I'd love to be able to go to the community and ask them what we should be doing with this land. But I say to you at this stage, with everything that's been proposed in Mooloolaba, if we give away the one site that we have which could assist us with additional car parking down the track, and I'm saying it could still be a mixed-use development, it could be something that the community can support. So I'm saying, should we take that precautionary approach and not make that decision? The other question I have is, the Chamber of Commerce support a hotel, and I've tried to analyse this in a logical sense in terms of, does it actually comply as a hotel per se? because the original proposal was a combination of units and hotel suites. And the hotel suites, 35 square metres, is about what the industry provides. In fact, a number of the proposals that I saw, they range from 26 square metres to 35. I spoke to Tim Forrester, who at ARIA had a 5-star hotel. The average size of their hotel suites is 41 square metres. The average size for this proponent is 59 square metres. It doesn't make sense. They could fit 300 rooms on this site, and some of the proposals I saw got very close to that. 290 was the maximum, but they're proper end-to-end hotel rooms. These have all got verandas, they've all got dual key, and you know, the fact that we've got all of this wrapped around in terms of being able to protect it as a hotel during the approval phase, but once that approval phase, all of that protection falls away. And at any time in the future, and we've seen it happen on other developments, where short-term accommodation can be transferred into permanent, and it could also be changed in terms of the configuration. Now, I could not see whether these units have got kitchens. The plans that I had were so small that when you tried to blow it up, it was completely ballooned. So, I just ask you, councillors, to understand that we are making a decision that has had a long history, and I think the public have an absolute right to be able to have an opinion on this. They have in the past, and we've excluded them in deciding what should happen with the fate of that.
Councillor Tully, would you conclude, or would you like an extension?
Yeah, I'm happy to conclude, because I would actually like to move an amendment to the motion, and that amendment is if we use the officer's recommendation and item B, that authorise the Chief Executive to not execute the development agreement and other associated agreements with the preferred respondent.
Direct opposition.
Direct opposition.
Say again.
Direct opposition.
Yeah. You can't have it.
It's a direct opposition. You can't do that.
So the instruction is it's a direct opposition, so you can't move that.
Sorry?
You have to wait for the other one to be defeated, and then you can move.
Okay. Then I'll propose that I have an amendment.
Mr. Chair.
What can I...
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. So basically you can't amend to be the complete opposite of it. You'd need the amendment to be voted on, and you may then wish to move a subsequent motion if this is actually lost.
Correct.
What would you like to do, Councillor Natoli?
Sorry?
What would you like to do?
Well, I foreshadow that if this is lost, then I'll be foreshadowing that we not execute this agreement, and that we actually undertake a proper public consultation process to gauge what the community's view is in terms of the future, and giving the community all of the information about the need for further car parking in Mooloolaba and the pressures that we have, and to see whether there is an appetite for a development or mixed-use development to happen on this site. But that's where I would like to see it go.
So, Councillor Natoli, you're flagging a subsequent motion?
Yeah.
If it's lost? If it's lost.
Yep.
Right, fair enough. Okay, so any other speakers to the officer recommendation? Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question in relation to some of the points that we've heard. With regard to the planning scheme in relation to this piece of land, what can be done with the land if it's not this? What are the options available? So, for example, we've had mentioned that it could be green space, or it could be further car parking, or it could be left as is. What are the options within the current planning scheme, please?
Through the Chair, doing nothing to then achieve green space is always an option. We own the land. Council, we're not obliged to develop it. The planning scheme then allows for development on that site, having noted it as, if I don't have the right term for it here, a site of some significance worthy of development. Now, that is not the right term, but there is opportunity for development within it. I'm comfortable in saying that that could include some degree of retail development, some degree of hotel, as there is now, and/or residential units. But they're three options plus the do nothing and use it as green space that I would be aware of. And I would, yeah, thank you.
And, Mr. Rupray, would you add something to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. Councillor, effectively it sits within the district centre zoning. It is, as Paul's alluded to, specifically marked as a key site. So the intention for the site through the local area plan has always been for a car park and hotel development. That doesn't preclude another use that would align with the district centre zoning, but it certainly is the key intention for the site. While I'm here, I'll also pick up on another point that was and question that was raised earlier around the specificity of car parking requirements. Any particular application for this site and of this nature would require a full detailed car parking assessment to be lodged. It's very difficult to look at some of that criteria without having a formal application in front of the assessing officers. So that would be evaluated at the time of lodgement. So.
Thank you, Mr. Rupray. Councillor, follow-up?
Yeah, so, sorry, follow-up, just so that I can clarify I've got this right. So there will always remain a tension over this site to achieve hotel, car parking, retail, rather than achieve some sort of environmental green space, green urban space in that particular location.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Under the tenets of the planning scheme at the moment, with the zoning and the key site designation, it's fairly clear that the intention for the site is for the purposes of car parking and a hotel development and other associated retail and commercial uses. The zoning is specific around the district centre, so there's no preclusion that council could go in a different direction, but that's certainly not the intent through the planning scheme at this point in time.
Happy with that, Mr. Councillor Law? Councillor Prey.
Chairman, through you. And to try and I'll just phrase this as a question, if I can, Mr. Chair, so that I still reserve the right to speak to the motion. But to try and help Councillor Joe out there, are you aware, and I'll start with that, are you aware that when you make an amendment and it can't be taken through as it was because it's in direct conflict, you actually got the ability to put an alternative motion to all councillors in a written form, days or even weeks prior to us coming to this meeting. So in the future, if you wanted to put an alternative recommendation forward, you could do that in that process. So just want to know, are you aware? My second question, if I can, Mr. Chair, and it's through to, I don't know who, can a 59 square metre unit that's designed for short-term accommodation be converted into residential?
Mr. Rupray, you going to have a shot at that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, I'm sure you're aware there are instances where there have been clashes between certain classes of residential buildings, in particular short-term versus longer-term accommodation, i.e. where a building has been constructed for short-term, has specific requirements around fire safety, etc. Some of the particulars around longer-term accommodation relate to on-site amenities. So when you talk about a 50-something square metre unit, so to speak, which has been specifically designed for short-term accommodation, does not include things like laundry facilities, full kitchen facilities, and is not intended for longer-term accommodation.
Yeah, thank you. I'll reserve my right to speak if I need. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Suarez. Through
you, Deputy Mayor, I have another question. thank you for the clarification on the development application process and that there would be a parking plan review that would go along with that. In terms of some of the points that Councillor Natoli raised, is there any protection under the application or under the planning process to retain the rooms as hotel accommodation, short stay accommodation, and not be able to be converted to long-term accommodation in the future?
Mr. Rupert.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that would be specifically implicated by any development consent or permit that was issued. We've recently had a case which went through the tribunal which has specifically noted that when a building is built to a certain class requirement, it cannot be used effectively for longer term accommodation. So I think that would be implicated by the permit or the consent specifically being issued for the purposes of short-term accommodation.
So, follow-up question?
Yep.
Councillor Suarez?
And a follow-up question is about the community consultation process, just to give myself some idea about the history of this project. Councillor Natoli has indicated that he would like to see some further community consultation. What I'd like to know is what was done in terms of community consultation, who were included, which stakeholders were included in that, and when it was conducted. Thank you.
Through the Chair, the development of the Mooloolaba area has been, in terms of Council's contribution and leadership of it, has been largely led through the placemaking, Mooloolaba placemaking activities. That involved, as I understand, although I wasn't directly involved, a significant amount of community consultation on the development of the entire council-owned, council-led locations within that. It also, in doing that, identified, and as I'm aware of, in terms of car parking, considered the car parking options for public car parking. Council owns or holds on trust 3 pieces of land that, to the naked eye, basically look like one down near the wharf, that it holds on trust for the purposes of car parking. That is able to be developed further for car parking and can't in fact be developed for much more than that use. So there's no opportunity to put hotel or the like down at that site. There is opportunity to achieve car parking as the planning scheme identifies for the Brisbane Road site and the other uses that I've mentioned that James more articulately explained just before, in terms of it being the district zone and therefore worthy of consideration for the hotel and the like.
Follow-up question, Councillor Suarez?
Sorry, I don't think I heard the answer to my question was, so the community consultation was done, as I understand your answer, was part of the placemaking activities for the entire area of Mooloolaba. That includes the Mooloolaba foreshore. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, yes.
Okay. And so when was, just because I'm not privy to the history of this, I'm only a new councillor, when was that conducted, that kind of community consultation? Who was included in that community consultation? Was it the retailers, the wider community, visitors to the area? And now that I understand that it was part of the placemaking, how much emphasis was placed on this particular site in that community consultation?
Through the Chair, 2015-16 was the placemaking engagement. In terms of emphasis, through the Chair, that's a little bit hard to say in that it was talking about the development of the entire site. It has had an emphasis because as the location being identified for the provision of a significant amount of car parking, it needed to be the first piece to provide car parking or more car parking before the other parts of the placemaking, namely the removal and the beautification of the front area, could actually occur. So it was identified as a primary site for car parking. It was engaged across the community generally, and so I say with that the opportunity for all of the community business and visitors to make a contribution in what was, as I understand, a normal community engagement process undertaken by a council.
Thank you. Are you speaking to the...
Another question.
Another question?
Apologies, but another question. So were retailers, the community and visitors included in the community consultation?
Through the Chair, as I understand it, yes, albeit they could exercise their option to be involved, but there was certainly engagement opportunities provided for them, and I'm aware that feedback was received from members of each of the groups that you have just mentioned.
Okay, and that then leads me on to my next part of the question. What was the feedback about this car park proposal?
Through the Chair, there is two parts to that question. One is it was a general positive acceptance that the site needed to be developed, that car parking and the provision of such was important and central to both Mooloolaba, just as it was then, plus Mooloolaba as it was going to be developed, considering that the placemaking was proposing the beautification that required the removal of the car parks at the front. And then it wasn't specific about do you want a hotel or do you want these, but the planning scheme, as James had alluded to before, identified that it was considered for that. And I'm not aware of there being any significant either support for a hotel nor negative comment against it. Secondly, this current delivery process, so this is where we've cut it in half, not the integrated site, was commenced by a councillor bringing a notice of motion to deliver it this way, and that was brought on the basis of that councillor's and now former councillor's engagement with the community for identifying that a better way to deliver that site was to deliver car parking on one part and consider the other for development in the general form that's now presented to you.
And just one final question, Mr Deputy Mayor. So we have ourselves in a situation now where all of this work has previously been done and we've worked towards this proponent in this application. What would be the risks if we didn't proceed with this engagement?
Through the Chair, some of the risk is we would, one, the risk that I can identify now, shooting from the hip, one, loss of the opportunity to develop what we have here now ready to develop, including in that the sale price for the block of land. The next risks would be reputational, in that I've given you the history of the site. It has what's a 22-year attempt at development history. We've got half of, or one of the two, generally two purposes across the line in the development of a car parking numbers, particularly for the 700, which is well above what had been contemplated in either what was provided by or sought by Maroochy Shire Council and even in part of the first iteration of the Sunshine Coast Council's attempt to that. And by that I mean it was during the process that Council led an increase in the number of car parks from 500 to 700. So the reputational risk of walking out of here for over two councils, the third occasion, I think would need to be considered as significant. Because the car parking is going to be there, the 700, I can't see immediately a risk that we can't proceed with other parts of the Mooloolaba placemaking. I'm aware that there is a need has been identified through economic development for Mooloolaba to continue to develop as a tourist destination for the provision of further hotels. We would lose that opportunity here, not to say it couldn't be got again, although you might be challenged in going to the market a fourth time for a hotel. So you'd be the risk then is the general lack of council's pursuit in getting a hotel when the option was there. Through the Chair, Councillor, I think shooting from the hip, that's about what I can come up with. I could do a risk assessment, I just need a little bit more time.
No, thank you. I appreciate your response.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Thank you, Mr Skillen. Any other speakers? Councillor Dixon.
Through the Chair, and this one's to Mr Skillen or Mr Bunker, if they'd like to answer the question. We've heard today about the need to progress and various reasons in the report. The do-nothing approach, if we don't move forward today, when do you think will be the next opportunity for Council to secure an investor to deliver on this site?
Through the Chair, securing an investor will require some direction from Council to do it and a process in order to find who that is. Now, the process could be as simple as for sale, which would be a simple tender process. There's an unknown amount of time between a no today and getting that direction that I can't really speak to, because it would be up for this forum to decide what they needed in order to inform how it would occur. If it was then to be decided that it was something like the equivalent of finding an investor of the substance that we have now to provide something similar, as you can see from the history now of what would then be all three processes, you can't go to the market and ask them to give you something about a hotel and retail, residential, car park and whatever it is that you're seeking without giving them a substantial amount of time in order to develop it for no other reason than every block of land that they're developing on is different. So I don't think that if you went through a similar pursuit as any of the three, that would be achieved in under a 12-month period, that being your expression of interest again, your evaluation, closed tender, negotiations, visits to this forum in order to ensure the partnership as we move through and to keep you informed. And that's 12 months after or on top of the time it takes this forum to decide how to proceed.
You happy with that answer, Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, no, I am. And sorry to sound like a broken record, but how dependent are we upon this agreement and sale to help us fund the Brisbane Road car park construction?
Through the Chair, I don't quite know how to answer that, Councillor. It is a single site that we own that we have decided to retain some of and make a significant investment in what's publicly known as almost an $18 million contract to build the car park. By not selling it, it's not that we're not proceeding with the car park. That almost $18 million is committed. What you don't have is the sale price or anything like it. In fact, you have zero by not proceeding. So you would do a simplistic sum for mine of sale price less that to make your own assessment of the worthiness of the offsetting concept.
Mr. Acting CEO, have you got something to add?
You do? Yep. You're right.
Just through you, Mr Chair. Just for clarity, what we're asking today is whether you wish to progress with the EO process as put forward, or whether you want to not progress with the EO process, which would then basically we go back to the drawing board and start the process again. So they're the two options before you.
Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard a lot of good debate here today. Obviously, the divisional council has spoken for some time at length, and to be honest, I didn't get everything you had to say, Councillor Natoli. There's a lot of in-depth work that you've done behind the scenes yourself, and I appreciate that. For me, this has been a long process. I know that Councillor Natoli was here and Maroochy Shire Council when Brisbane Road car park was talked about, future development and car park. I've lived through multiple councils where we've been discussing this as well. I'm always trying to think of the greater good. I think that's what the decision is here today. And for me, we've committed to the Brisbane Road car park. It's being built. It's going to open at the end of the year. And we're going to have this brand new car park and potentially a piece of land with no activation, just a gravel car park. What doesn't sit well with me is the possibility that we construct the car park and have at-grade car parks fenced up, not being used, not being charged for, where you've got this multi-deck. It also stifles the placemaking exercise for Mooloolaba. We've been very committed about upgrading Brisbane Road, the foreshore, the Lewitt, the View, and whatever capacity or arrangement that is, whether that's moving it or refurbing it. I think we've had our foot on the accelerator pedal for some time. I do feel that the community has been engaged. To what degree? That's obviously up to the individual to interpret, but We've gone through planning scheme amendments, the foreshore master plan study. I've certainly been at all those meetings and noted Councillor Chris Thompson and John Connolly go through those processes as well. Could there be more community consultation? Absolutely. We could always do more than what we do. But for me, it's about trying to move forward, and I just can't think of a reason here today to say no and not progress. What I will preface those comments with is the fact that if we do sell this land and there is an agreement, it'd be great to use this money to offset the cost of the Brisbane Road car park, because we could actually look to potentially make the car park free for residents. We may not have to put any paid parking at the station at all if we can reutilise this money. So I'm certainly open to that notion. I know that the Mooloolaba Chamber of Commerce have been very critical of the car park and paid parking, and my argument against moving forward on this proposal would be that if we don't, I don't think we're going to have the opportunity to reinvest this money back into the Brisbane Road car park. So it's all complementary. I understand why we've done that. Councillor Joe, I can't think of a logical reason here today to support anything other than the officer's recommendation. For those reasons that I've outlined today, I think it should progress, and I hope it does progress, because we need to actually get some outcomes on the land. And the people that I talk to have felt that Brisbane Road car park as a site has gone on for too long, 20 plus years, and people are certainly looking for some outcomes. Whether or not they're the outcomes people want to see, that's up to the individuals. But this might be the start of a new discussion around how that multi-storey car park works and how those charges or lack thereof actually function and activate. So I'm more focused on that. But in terms of Mooloolaba, we've got a long way to go. I mean, earlier today we just talked about Brisbane Road and the purchases of additional land or transfers to council to build major upgrades. I've seen in the budget today $14 to $15 million on Brisbane Road. I think council's very committed to Brisbane Road and Mooloolaba as a precinct, and this is about just moving on and making those projects happen. Unless someone brings something significant to the debate, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon. Any other speakers? Councillor Law.
So I have through you, Deputy Mayor, just another question, if I may, Mr. Skillen. And it's a question just to clarify for me, so I'm absolutely clear where we've come from, where we're at. We've had placemaking, which has led to master planning. We have a planning scheme that's identified hotel parking retail in this piece of land in the heart of Mooloolaba. We've also got the reputation and the risk to the proposal. If this progresses through this particular stage, there are then obviously a huge piece of detailed planning that needs to happen. Through that part of the process, if it gets to the next step of the process at this time, is at that point there an opportunity to have engagement and consultation and to bring more influence to bear with the successful organisation at this point in time? So do we get to have further input, I guess, is my question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Skillen.
Through the Chair, after having left here assuming the resolution was successful, we would be entering into a development agreement, and the proponent would commence the process of developing plans and their proposal in order to submit a development application and to hopefully achieve a development approval. That approval has or can be brought back to this forum and would be supported at that stage by the report from the outsourced or external assessing position, giving you some latitude, but I would probably need to ask a question back of what type of engagement are you talking about? I don't want to overcommit to what you're considering. If you were to say to me, are we going to be able to put the plans on and down on the table and change them, I'd tend to say no. If there is some guidance through the planning process or the planning scheme itself that allows that type of engagement, or the planning scheme itself influences the way that the development proceeds in order to get an application submitted and an approval obtained, then there is that opportunity. But I would need a little bit more information between those two poles in order to understand.
So let's follow up, if I may, then. Perhaps what I'm getting at, would the development application be code accessible or impact accessible? I think might be, I'm not sure if that's quite the right technical language, but is it like that? So clearly I'm not asking for a development to be put together by committee, because that may not be a great outcome for anybody at all. I'm just listening to the conversation today to make sure that we can manage our reputation and risk, that we can progress something that has been on the table and in the heart of this community for a very long time. We've spoken earlier today that we must manage our confidence. We're at a critical time because of everything that's happened so far this year, that we need to be able to give certainty so we can go forward. So it's about a bit more of that detail of what comes next. And I see Mr. Rapre's got up, so thank you. And I'm thinking, what's next? Code accessible, impact accessible, what's the opportunity there?
I will ask James, because through the chair, as the landowner's representative, will deal with the development approval that's for your consideration. You're then moving over, we're moving over now into a response that deals with the development application, and James is the best place to do it.
Through you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor, it's difficult to give a definitive until an application is lodged. Again, as the assessing, the executive for the assessment component of council, we've not been involved in the commercial discussions quite deliberately. So until a formal development application is lodged, it's very difficult to give an assertion as to whether that would trigger a code or an impact accessible component. However, looking at the provisioning, particularly through the performance outcomes for the site, there's very little that would push it into an impact accessible application process. Height would be one of the major components there, so 45 metres on site. There is also the provision through the rooftop uses scheme amendment that Council adopted to look at rooftop uses on top of that 45 metres, but anything over that would certainly push it into an impact accessible realm. There are other components, however, a lot of those can likely be specifically managed through performance-based outcomes. So look, again, until we got the specifics through an application, it would be difficult to give a definitive on that. However, I hope that helps to form up what may trigger an impact accessible application versus a code accessible.
Councillor, I hope we can really refocus now on speaking to the motion, but Councillor Rapre.
Just another quick question, sorry, Mr. Chair. I note that the majority of this recommendation today is about making public. Both line item C and line item D are both about making public. In C, it's the name of the preferred respondent, which I'm assuming will be done pretty much as is voted on if it's successful. And then D, making public the sale price of the land, and that'll be done through after the development agreements agreed upon, I'm assuming. So how long will that take? And what's the implications of not allowing that sale price out earlier?
Through the chair, I imagine that C and D would be done simultaneously.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Say again.
So, I imagine C and D will be done simultaneously. They're just dealing with two particular issues: release the name, the valuation, and the price at the same time.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Rapre?
So just for clarity, so we'll be also allowing the sale price to go out this afternoon, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't actually say that, though.
Sorry.
Acting CEO.
I think if you read C, it says basically at the conclusion of this meeting, once we have the minutes in play, we will release the name publicly. Yep. The D is actually following the execution. So once I've got the documents, I've signed the documents, then basically we will release some further information in relation to the valuation and the sale price.
Yeah. At a later date, not today.
Yeah, so it may take us a number of days to read through the documentation, make sure it's all correct and able to be executed.
Through the chair, apologies, Councillor, I missed the following execution part. It won't take long, but it doesn't need to take long. They would be ready to go, and it's a matter of the CEO reviewing them, but there could be a separation between C and D. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillors, notwithstanding the gravity of this moment, are there any other concluding speakers?
I've got a question.
Councillor Natoli, yes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just a question in regards to whether this is code or impact accessible. In regards to our ability to be able to make it come to the full council, considering the planning laws, is that something that we can legally put in a contract to enable that to come back to council? Because I'm aware that obviously if it doesn't fit into a cycle and the decision-making period ends before a council meeting, it could be a deemed approval. So
I think you've asked your question. Councillor, sorry, Mr Skillen or Mr Reply?
Through the Chair, the answer to that is, in terms of incorporating a contract, the answer to that is no. That would be bringing together both the regulatory and the landowner responsibilities where they need to remain separate. So the development agreement would be to pursue the development. The development regulatory process would flow through that stream.
So you're saying it possibly may never come back to council for a decision?
Through the Chair, no, I was answering the question, can it be included in the contract?
Yeah. So the point I'm making, maybe James, you might be able to explain that, because I just had a development in Bedina where the developer allowed an extension only till yesterday, and therefore my ability to be able to call that application up to council meant that I faced either deemed approval or to actually condition it with the conditions that we wanted. So that's the question I'm asking.
Mr Reply.
Through you, Mr Chair. So, Councillor, effectively, again, it's difficult to give sort of definitive advice based on an assessment without having a formal application lodged at this point in time. There is nothing that precludes council under your delegation from calling up even a code accessible application. So if the application is received and meets the tenets of the codes and is a code accessible application, council can still effectively, they have the power to bring that before full council. But again, that's I think completely separate from a contractual discussion, and I would urge council to consider keeping those two issues separate.
Just one final question.
Final question.
One final question. Paul, is this approval, if we give it an approval, conditional to the loo with a view having to be moved?
Through the Chair, there's no connection.
Because were you aware that when the Abacus deal was being put forward, in between two very important days, one where they confirmed the broad agreement had been reached with the Abacus on the 18th of May 2017, and then the ordinary meeting on 15 of June 2017, they actually agreed to legalise the agreement with Abacus. And the minute to move the...
Point of order, Mr Chair. Councillor's going way off topic here. The question was asked and answered by the officer, and he's trying to bring in unrelevant information into the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Natoli, you did stray. The answer was no, it's not relevant. The loo with a view is not part of the development site.
So it's not suspicious of the fact that it's critical.
We might leave it there, other than you did say that it was the final question. So, councillors, if there are no other concluding speakers, sorry, Councillor Suarez, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess listening to all of the debate that's happened today and the information that you presented today, Mr Skillen, there seems to be provision to assess parking for the workers, and there'll be a wider parking plan that will come along with this application. Community consultation had been done in 2015, so it is a little while away, but it had been done as part of the placemaking process. There seems to be provision that the hotel accommodation won't be able to be turned into long-term tenancy, and there is going to be a mechanism for Councillor Natoli to bring the application to Council should he have concerns with the application once it has been lodged. Is that fair to say? Would that be the process?
I think you're speaking to the motion. Yep.
Sorry,
Do you want to turn that into...
May I ask a question to the Acting CEO? Is that the correct process, that there would be a mechanism for Councillor Natoli to bring this application to Council should he have concerns with the application?
Mr Acting CEO.
Through you, Mr Chair. I think this application is where we have an interest in the land. We will get an external team to do the full assessment, and those which are full external teams are generally brought to the full council for their consideration, not use the delegation pause.
Thank you. So in terms of Councillor Dixon's point, what do we do with this parcel of land if we don't proceed with this proposal here today? So in view of all of that information, I will be supporting the motion today, and if there are concerns, Councillor Natoli, in the future with the application, I would certainly welcome the information and the opportunity to discuss them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Last call. Any further speakers? In that case, I'll put the motion...
We might go back to...
Sorry? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Councillor Cox, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks, councillors, for the level of questions and debate that we've had this afternoon. It's been really interesting hearing some of your different viewpoints upon this particular item. Just wanted to actually acknowledge Councillor Law. I think he summarised really well before when he touched on the designation of this site being for car parking and hotel uses. Touched on the placemaking consultation that was done. Now, whilst it was a few years ago, there was that consultation that was done, and clearly Council has committed significant investment into the future of Mooloolaba, and along with that comes with it the private sector coming on board with a couple of these developments, particularly the one that we're talking about today. Councillor Law also mentioned the reputational risk that this will have if Council does not proceed with this today. And also, I just wanted to touch on something else that was mentioned during the questions and debate. It's had a long and checkered history, this particular site, and I know that for Mooloolaba to move forward, this has always been identified as one of the key sites, and this will actually progress Mooloolaba and not have it sort of sitting there idle. It just gives it a new sense of invigoration. I also just wanted to highlight that what we've been discussing has undergone that robust probity checks and balances. And I know that Councillor O'Prey brought up the items there, C and D, and that was one of the ones I was going to mention in my close, is certainly as soon as those agreements have been executed by the CEO, that information will be made public. And I think from a transparency point of view, that is what our community wants to hear. So, councillors, I certainly encourage you to support this officer recommendation here today.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I'll therefore put it to the vote. Those in favour of the officer recommendation, please show. That's Councillor Landsberg, Councillor Cox, Councillor Winston, Councillor Barbaroski, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hungerford, Councillor O'Prey, Councillor Suarez, Councillor Law. Those against? Councillor Natoli. The motion's carried.
Follow-up question.
I don't think that's...
Just in regards to the Abacus confidential, my understanding is that once a decision was made, that it would automatically then be released to the public. Is that correct, Mr Acting CEO?
Through you, Mr Chair, I thought that the further information would only be made available once the site had actually been sold and the deal had been done. So if the execution over the coming days meets that test, then we will release the information as per the council resolution.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Will? Craig Matheson, would you like to clarify that?
Sorry, just on that, Councillor Natoli, if you have a look at the sorry, if you have in the purpose statement on the report, I think it deals with that item. I'm just having a checking now. Yes, the third paragraph down under the purpose statement, which refers to attachment 2, which is the details relating to the abacus proposal, because there is an existing resolution of the council that determines the milestones for the release of that information. So on the front page of the report, third paragraph down, that starts attachment 2. On the front page of the report, third paragraph down, that starts attachment 2, there is an existing resolution of council that has determined the milestones for the release of that information.
Thank you, Mr Matheson. Councillors, we have concluded that item. I think I'll leave meeting management to point that out to you, Councillor Natoli, and I think we'll need to move on. So, councillors, we're now considering item 9. Well, there are no notices of motion, councillors, so we're now going to move on to petitions, which is 10.1. Councillor Landsberg, I believe that you have one. Oh. So, and in the absence of Councillor Landsberg, Councillor O'Prey, would you do item 10.3?
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'll take that. Councillors, I have a petition here to the Sunshine Coast Council. Before I do, though, Mr Chair, I forgot. I want to thank meeting management for putting this together for me, because I forgot it. And with that, I'd also like to wish Rebecca Coffey a very, very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Beck. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition Sunshine Coast Council to look at erecting a noise-reducing absorption barrier on the culvert of Maroochy Boulevard running up to the corner of Sunshine Cove Way, affecting the houses at the northern end of the Serenity Circuit and all of Serena Place. The road noise has increased exponentially as we have seen an increase in traffic over the last 12 months and coming to Maroochy Boulevard, which has had significant impact on the value of our homes and our health due to our sleepless nights. The other major problem is that we are unable to use our outdoor entertainment areas at any time, both due to the road noise and the effects of the traffic pollution and grime. Working from home over the last 8 weeks has made me realise the consistent, unbearable road noise, that there is no let-up of traffic flow all day, and there is the added number of speedsters, hoons at night that see the lights at the start of the drag strip to race. Mr Chair, there's 16 petition signatures there, and I'll present that to the CEO's office. Thank you.
Happy. Councillor Dixon seconded. All in favour of receipt? Yep. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Do we know where Councillor Landsberg is? Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Landsberg is back, so I shall give them to him.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg, for demonstrating that some of us are actually human and need a nature break now and again.
I took you.
Not at all. It's petitions 10.1. I believe you've got a petition from the Caloundra RSL about the Memorial Garden. Are you in a position to present that petition? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. 2 petitions actually to lodge this afternoon. But the first one is in relation to the RSL Memorial Garden, and I'd like to read a letter here from the Senior Vice President, Heather Christie, and in response to the notification from the Council regarding the resumption of 7.5 metres of our Bob McGuinness War Memorial Garden for the proposed transport corridor. Sorry, I ran. The Caloundra RSL sub-branch presents to Council the enclosed petition. This petition was raised in October 2019, requesting that the Council undertake a review of the 7 remaining options for the proposed transport corridor. The petition has 6,881 signatures, 121 email responses and 1,204 online responses, plus extra ones all lodged yesterday as well, taking that total to 8,413. This includes not only our sub-branch veterans, but also veterans and members from the local community, concerned veterans and people from all over Australia and overseas, who feel very strongly about the desecration of a war memorial garden. In good faith, we request that this petition is tabled at your next council meeting for their attention and action. Thank you.
Councillor, I assume you're moving that for receipt by the CEO for appropriate action. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Cox. All those in favour of receipt? That's unanimous. Thank you. You can move on to item 10.2, which is your land use petition on 5 Tiwa Street.
Thank you. Through you as well, Mr Deputy Mayor. So this is in regards to a petition for a change of use for a home in 5 Tiwa Street at Dicky Beach. This is a quiet cul-de-sac in a low-density residential zone. The property has recently been sold without the knowledge to, obviously, the local residents there, which one of the residents right next door wanted to purchase the property. And it's been sold and now being operated by Thrive House, a non-government organisation to house disturbed youth. The property has no permanent residents, and we believe activity and business Thrive House is conducting at this property. And the points that is of a concern here is that it is not compatible and does not meet the requirements of a low-density residential zoning code. It is having significant and detrimental impact on the amenity of the neighbourhood. It is not in keeping with the residential character of the community, valued by all who have chosen to make Dicky Beach their home. It has compromised the personal health and safety of the local community. It has also substantially increased traffic flow in a previously quiet cul-de-sac and has resulted in frequent and regular noise and disturbance from the property. We believe the operations of the property are not in keeping with the vision Sunshine Coast Council has for Dicky Beach and the values for all low-density residential zones on the Sunshine Coast. And I'd also like to make a note, please, Deputy Mayor, is that a copy of this petition be sent to our state and federal representatives, and also on note that they'd like to see a review of our planning scheme later this year to obviously address these issues.
And again, Councillor Landsberg, I assume you're moving receipt of it for appropriate action by the CEO?
Yes, please. Yep.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hungerford. All those in favour of receipt? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the petitions. We then move on to item 11, which is in confidential session. Councillors, can I have somebody to move that we move into confidential?
Mr Chair, if I can, and I did raise this last year. I have a family relation who lives close to or next to the proposal. I didn't participate in the debate last year, and I don't believe it's appropriate that I remain in the room for this decision, given the personal nature. I don't believe I could make the correct decision in that regard, because I believe there would be views out there that I would be looking after our family in that regard, and I'm not going to stay in the room. So that's bluntly how it is. I will remove myself today.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Give Councillor Dixon a moment. Councillors, this is an item that is in confidential session. Could I have a councillor move that we move into confidential session? Councillor Wynne.
Mr Mayor, I'll so move. In view of the fact it relates to a planning appeal, to continue the discussion on this matter in the public realm could prejudice our case, and as such I move that we go into committee.
Thank you, Councillor Winston. In fact, I think it's important that I read that out, isn't it? Oh, thank you. So the recommendation is that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to section 2751F of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the following items. 11.1, confidential, not for public release, planning appeal, Beerburrum. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hungerford. Thank you, councillors. All those in favour of going into confidential? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Sorry. So we just wait for a moment when the live streaming is paused.
Thank you. We'll just have a minute to take a break.
Thank you, and we'll... Councillors, we're now back in open session. We're considering 11.1, Planning Appeal Beerburrum, and I would like to move a motion. Councillors, my motion is that Council delegate authority of the Chief Executive Officer to continue to progress the planning appeal in Beerburrum. Could I ask for a seconder? Councillor Hungerford, thank you. Councillors, any questions or debate? No. In that case, may I put the motion to the vote? Councillors, indicate your support or not. Councillors Landsberg, Natoli, Winston, Babarowski, Hungerford, O'Prey, Suarez. Those against? Councillors Cox and Councillors Law. The motion is carried. Thank you very, very much, councillors. I think that concludes our business.
4:31.
Sorry?
At 4:31.
At 4:31. That closes the meeting. Thank you very much, councillors, for a sterling effort in the afternoon on the last two items. I appreciate your patience and your endurance. And look, thank you to the meeting staff, to all of the executive as well. Once more, unto the breach, dear friends, until next time.